לארץ ענן, מן האדמה פירותייך נותנת. יודע שם בכל לב, מספרה כל נפלאותייך. זמרת היפים, מלכת תהילים, צועדת על הים, נוצרת צפנים, אורץ זכה ושקיעה ענה יום וליל, המלכה היכלתי ודורות חלקות לחיים. אך נשלחה באמת נתרא, וברכה לפני פורתנו, אילנות מכאן נתמודד, מפלצות נעשנה, נשים ירו במים, שרייך בקודש נשים, אמורייך נראייך בצויני. לחם היית לארץ ענן, מן האדמה פירותייך נותנת. יודע שם בכל לב, מספרה כל נפלאותייך.
לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה.
לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. שמור וזכור בדיבורך תשמיענו, אל המיוחד אדוני אחד, ושמו אחד לשם ולתפארת ולתהילה. לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה.
לקראת שבת לכו ונלכה, כי היא מקורה ברכה, מראש מקדם נאסוכה, סוף מעשה במחשבה תחילה.
לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה.
מקדש מלך עיר מלוכה, קומי צאי מתוך ההפכה, רב לך שבט בעמק הבכה, והוא יחמול עלייך חמלה.
לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה.
התעוררי, התעוררי,
כי באורך קומי אורי,
אורי, אורי, שיר דברי.
כבוד אדוני עלייך נגלה. לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה.
לחודדי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. לחודדי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה.
יממי
לא תבושי ולא תקלמי, בת שתוכחי בתמי, בך יחסו אני עמי, ונבנית העיר אל תילה, והיו למשיסה שוסייך, ורחקו כל מבלעייך, יסיס עלייך אלוקייך, תפסוס חתנה קלה.
לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה.
שבת
ובצול התוכן ונתחם סגולה בואי קלה לך דורי לקראת קלה בני שבת מקבלה לך דורי לקראת קלה בני שבת מקבלה.
Shelach lecha, God says to Moses, send spies to the promised land which the Israelites are about to enter. Find out, is the land barren or fertile, inhabited or empty? And if there are people living there, will they welcome the Israelites, or will they try to kill them? That's how Parshah Shelach lecha begins. What happens next is Moses complies with God's request and sends 12 spies, one from each tribe, on a recon mission to the promised land.
Hey, welcome everyone, and welcome Graham. I just realized I had my background changed to one moment. This was for something else. But yeah, so welcome everyone. Doing this a bit later than usual, but hey, works out. Let's see, edit. I think, no, it's, how do I do this? Sorry, I just want to fix this real quick. Wait, settings. Oh, well. But yeah, it's interesting just how this video starts. I wanted your thoughts on this.
Find out, is the land spot? Shelach lecha, God says to Moses, send spies to the promised land which the Israelites are about to enter. Find out, is the land barren or fertile, inhabited or empty? And if there are people living there, will they welcome the Israelites, or will they try to kill them? That's how Parshat Shelach lecha.
Like, it's interesting how, and I think in a lot of ways, well, yeah, because if you think about it, by the time that by the time that the Torah or Septuagint, by the time that both of them have been canonized, or not even canonized, but rather by the time that they're really in composition, it's already like way after these events would have taken place. But even then, there's no evidence of these events taking place, like the mass genocide or essentially huge depopulations of land. At least not due to that. But what I think's interesting is that with that, by saying that it happened, you're essentially saying that all the pagans that are there now are not like from the land. And of course, there were a lot of people who ended up, settling there, like Greeks, Greek colonists. But by and large, I mean, I wonder if it was in order to kind of create this, superior identity that, like these, I mean, at the end of the day, if you have a group that's maybe less willing to intermarry with the groups that are coming in, then they could see themselves as, part of the land. But it's kind of just, I don't know. I think there's a lot of ways you could look at this. But the big thing that I like going back to is ultimately that Israelites were Canaanites, and that, they might have been some different type of Canaanite, but ultimately, they might have had some, ancestry outside of the land, but that doesn't discount the ancestry in the land that they had. In the same way that you could look at, any other group, whether it was the Philistines past a certain point, or the what is it? I mean, basically, I don't know. It gets tricky. That's why I think it's dangerous when people look into, there's a difference between deserving to live somewhere versus like, okay, we're going to dispossess this group. And again, I think that that's a narrative that the Maccabees needed in order to justify what they did to the Idumeans. I don't really think it's much more than that, in all honesty, or like that it comes from that cultural context.
Oh, my narrative is a whole lot more complicated than that, Ariel. I mean, one of the things is, who do you think played a large role in writing the Torah? The Nabateans. They were definitely involved in this whole process.
How do you figure?
Well, the basic overarching narrative is they were in league with the Ptolemies. My general narrative is the Nabateans were basically the ones that helped Ptolemy get in charge of Egypt and basically off Alexander. Because what Alexander's next plans were, and he was setting up for it, he was building his fleet of ships for it, was the conquest of Arabia. And that was not something the Nabateans could allow happening. So Alexander had to go. And, Ptolemy was the one willing to do it, and they set him up in Egypt. And they were part of the Semitic, the Semitic people that were consulted in composing the Septuagint. They were part of the 72 scholars.
How do you know? Is that mentioned?
No, I'm just putting together the political scenes behind it. It's the idea of, you start with point A, you start with point B, and whatever happened in between them led from point A to point B.
Well, I mean, are you wait, so is
this is my narrative.
Yeah, no, I know, but are you considering the Nabateans to be like the Edomians then?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I can understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, no, the Nabateans became the Edomians. It's basically, they ended up creating the Torah, which then got the elite in the Nabateans set up the Torah, which then got subjugated onto the general populace of Edom. They basically set up the rules in which they forcibly converted themselves. It's twisted, but it makes a lot of political sense.
I just thought about something. For the people who claim that the Samaritans are like not actually Israelites, then how come they follow Israelite traditions? Like, I don't know.
Oh, in my take, the Samaritans are much more claimed to that pure Israelite tradition as reflected in the Bible. They just seem much more in line with that.
I mean, in what way?
Well, the whole idea of Jacob, the high place, the stone, the worship, the kind of a down to earth sort of approach. That's much more reflected to me in the Samaritans than it is much more in the Judean, and much more in Jerusalem and Judea. That was much more. Go ahead.
How so? Because I mean, it's important to keep in mind that that Shechem or Nablus, that it was the seat of administration for a long time, basically going back to the Roman era. And on top of that, you'll actually, I think it might be.
Oh, I was thinking before Roman era.
Oh, okay. But the other thing is that
I was thinking Amorites and post.
But the other thing that I think is important to mention is that it's not like they're more down to earth in that they don't have all these temple rituals. In fact, they still have a priesthood. They still do the yearly sacrifice, the yearly Passover sacrifice. They believe that the temple was at Mount Gerizim. So that's the big difference between them and Jews. It's not so much like the religious practice. The only difference is due to the belief that there's different beliefs as to like why you do what, but in terms of the actual practices, they're pretty similar. The language is the same, just different pronunciation. But
yeah, you have to understand, this is just my general impression that I've gathered over the years,
True.
No, the other thing I wanted to say is, when I meant down to earth, I meant literally the tie to the earth, much more of the farming on up. Jerusalem was much more of a commerce, urban center, and once the center of focus shifted there, that's where I see the difference. The commerce focus of Jerusalem versus, like I said, much more earth. The common people, almost more aspect in Samaria. Maybe I'm mistaken on that one, but that's the feel I get. Tag. Go on.
Honestly, I look at Jerusalem as more of a military outpost that became important later on due to its religious significance that it didn't inevitably have any more than any other place. And so I think that's something that emerges after the fact that basically if you could, think of places as religious centers, economic centers, and military centers, Jerusalem was probably originally a military one because it doesn't really lie like it. It's not really on the trade paths so much. There's a lot of better places if you want to call like economic centers, whereas Jerusalem's the way that's situated, it's relatively well. Actually, no, that might just be with the walls that were built later. So actually, scratch that. I might be wrong, but I mean, you do have this whole like idea of Jerusalem as the fortress of Zion or the fortress of David. I don't know. A lot of it could also just be mythologization that happens later, and is actually like maybe looking somewhere further up north. I don't know. There's I definitely agree that a lot of the traditions from the north are later taken south. So it's possible that change is due to the shift. But the people who were bringing these stories were Israelites. It's not like the Judeans just took the stories. You had this fusion of the Israelites and the Judeans into the Jews, and then the original like non-Judean or non-Judahite Israelites, like from the northern kingdom, they just became Samaritans. But ultimately, the groups changed, but it's not. Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Part of what I question is I consider the possibility that the Judeans were basically, for lack of a better term, cultural appropriating the local Canaanite religion. That they were basically from the outside, and they said, "Well, when in Canaan, do as the Canaanites."
Well, I mean, if you look at the genealogy, the tribe of Judah is one of the ones. Judah and I think Ephraim are the two most Canaanite tribes. So it's not just like they're adopting the traditions; like they literally come from that. Like one side of their family is that. So I don't really think appropriation is the right word. More so, like fusion.
Okay. Like I'm just sort of, like I said, I just consider possibilities and let the facts sort out which one's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, like if you look at so after Judah's sons die, and then he has one younger one, but he doesn't end up like this younger one's kind of a throwaway character, and so then Tamar ends up seducing him, and then she has two twins from that, and one of those twins, what is it?
I was thinking, I was tying it to a later time period. I was thinking more about the time of the about the divided kingdom or thereafter. So,
well, but the point is that I mean, you could say they're like appropriating Canaanite traditions, but like, how much of that is appropriation versus how much of that is revival of their own traditions is what I'm trying to say.
My answer would be we'll never know, considering it's been rewritten so many times. And it's, I guess I'm sort of trying to figure out where you're recreating the timeline, trying to reconcile with you. Because I do see Jerusalem becoming significant in the Persian era. Because you definitely have the record of them rebuilding, them building the temple at that point. And you definitely have, records of return from Babylon after the fall back to Jerusalem.
Yeah,
is that when you're seeing it as the military outpost? Because it became a political center a little bit then too.
No, I'm talking about earlier than that, because by that time, basically as soon as you have the Israelites going south to Judah, the capital of Israel, like you basically have this division then where you have the Samaritans where they still consider the capital to be Shechem, whereas then you have the Southerners as well as the Northerners who now consider themselves Southerners because that's where they are. And so they kind of just blend this identity to the point where Jerusalem becomes the new religious center for the northern tribes that manage to flee to the south, because it's not so easy for them to access the northern sites anymore, and also because they're under the rule of the southern kingdom, and you have this increased centralization going on. That's really when you start to have Jerusalem developing as like a religious capital, as opposed to just like a religious cult site, I think.
Okay, I see where you're going with that one. So you're basically saying after the Assyrians gobbled up the north, the ones who basically managed to flee to the south, and that's when it increased in importance at that point.
Yeah, basically like a non-evil version of the paper of Operation Paperclip. It's like, okay, you guys are all Judahites now. Oh, you guys are all NASA scientists now.
Okay, I was going to say I'm almost placing it later than that. And part of that is I leave it a very open question as to whether the Babylonians actually came back and destroyed Jerusalem the second time. Because it's very clear they made the first time through, and they did, took the king and did all of that one. But there's no actual record outside of the Bible of it happening the second time. We're missing the Babylonian record from that time period. They don't reference them doing it. And it doesn't really show a lot, from what I found, there's not really a lot archaeologically to support two trips there, to differentiate two separate trips, rather than just one kind of destruction. And again, it's the idea, to me, there's an open question as to whether the first temple ever actually was a physical existence. Tag.
See, I think the problem is that people ask, did the first temple exist? It's there was no quote unquote first temple. There was the first temples, period, like, so to speak. Like, there was never a point where there was only one temple. If you want to talk about the one temple,
I'm talking Solomon's temple, if you specifically. The whole idea of a tangible historical existence of a united kingdom with David and Solomon and such.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that gets tricky because, well, see, here's the thing. We know that there were, like other gods worshipped in Solomon's temple, but we also know that he built other temples or other high places to other gods. So is it possible that this is just being overplayed as like, this is the main one, this is the good thing he did, when in reality it was just one of many, and he might have not differentiated between any of these gods? No different than like, how you have Cyrus, who was like, let's have the second temple rebuilt, or Julian the Apostate. Like, they didn't solely worship the
well,
god.
The big one, I was going to say, the big one behind the second temple was Darius.
Why is it attributed to Cyrus then?
Cyrus was the one who conquered in quotes, Babylon, and allowed the return to Jerusalem. It was Darius who was after Cambyses, who, again, his heritage is questionable. He was the one who basically said, we need to get on this temple project, authorized a bunch of money, and really finance the building of the second temple. It's like Cyrus gets the credit, and he has the Cyrus cylinder, and he did allow a bunch of them to go back to Jerusalem, but it was Darius who ended up basically really sending a lot of the money and financing it and kicking it and getting the actual temple built. And it was Darius, interestingly, he was the first one that we can know for certain was really solid Zoroastrian.
Interesting. All right, let's get going.
God begins. What happens next is Moses complies with God's request and sends 12 spies, one from each tribe, on a recon mission to the Promised Land. 40 days later, the spies return with mixed news. On the one hand, they report, the land is a paradise flowing with milk and honey. The spies bring back a cluster of grapes so large it takes 2 people to carry it. On the other hand, 10 of the 12 spies say that the land is inhabited by giants and the weak Israelites have no chance of conquering it. 2 of the spies dissent, Joshua, who would later become the leader of the Israelites, and his sidekick, Caleb. They tell the Israelites not to worry, that they can defeat the hostile inhabitants of the land and can enjoy all that honey and milk. But the people don't listen. They're panic-stricken, and they cry out in fear. Based on this reaction, God decides that this generation of Israelites, freshly liberated from Egypt, is not capable of inheriting the land after all. God causes them to wander in the desert for 40 years, long enough for a new generation to be born, a generation that never lived as slaves, and thus would be confident enough to conquer the land. Of course, if God knows everything, you might ask, why bother with spies at all? Why not just tell Moses about the land and cut out the middlemen? The answer is that just like us, the ancient Israelites had to learn lessons for themselves. We're not babies, and God doesn't give us all the answers, either today or way back then. We have to figure things out for ourselves because that's what people do. And sometimes we get it wrong. The children of Israel let themselves be ruled by fear and panic. They could have inherited the land, but because they thought they couldn't, well, they couldn't. The spies weren't really sent to learn about the land. They were sent to learn about themselves. Think about it. What is a land flowing with milk and honey anyway? It's not like there were rivers of skim and ponds of 2%. What the spies saw was a land fit for cows, bees, goats, and dates, a land of potential. It's all a matter of perspective. One person sees a vacant lot, another a great spot for a garden. One person sees a potential enemy, another a potential friend. This is what the spies really had to scout out themselves. Maybe that's why the title of this parsha is Shelach Lecha, which literally means send to you, because what the spies were really meant to learn about was themselves. This wasn't about gathering military intelligence. Like Jedi Knights in training, the spies had to confront their fears before they could conquer them. Maybe it wasn't so bad that the Israelites panicked at the spies' report. It's hard to admit that you're afraid, but it's better than pretending everything is okay when it isn't. The Israelites were a nation of former slaves, traumatized by violence. Who could blame them for lacking the confidence to fight a war? But in order to gain that confidence, first they had to see the fear. The same is true for us. Sometimes old habits are so ingrained they don't go away easily. Sometimes change takes a long time to happen. Sometimes it waits even for a whole new generation, one not captive to the fears and assumptions of an earlier time. This is what the spies found out in Parshat Shelach Lecha. They weren't ready for the challenge. 40 years later, Joshua would send his own spies to scout out the same land, but this time their report was different. We can do it, they said. Was the land or its inhabitants any different? No, but the people and their points of view were.
Interesting. So
I did like the DEI rainbow colors of the spies. That was nice.
wait, what do you mean? How is that DEI?
Well, whenever I see rainbow colors, I think DEI.
This was-
Maybe that's just me.
This was 15 years ago, I doubt.
Oh, okay. Well, the rainbow was a symbol for a lot of that back then. I did have a question that's always occurred to me. Weren't people back then lactose intolerant in the Middle East? If so, why was the honey part I get? So why would the milk be so appealing?
Wait, what do you mean they were lactose intolerant?
I thought, well, lactose tolerance is pretty much a Northern European mutation. And most people, again, in Africa and other parts of the world tend to be not be lactose tolerant.
So if that's
I was just wondering if people back, if the Jews of the Middle East back then were, for some reason, whatever, that they were lactose tolerant. And that was why the milk was so appealing to them. Because otherwise, I'm not sure why the honey would be appealing, but I didn't know about the milk.
Well, I mean, for one, I think if you look at the rates of like abdominal issues, but specifically lactose intolerance, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's higher amongst Ashkenazi Jews than Sephardic or Mizrahi Jews.
Oh, it might be. That's why, like I said, that's why I asked the questions. I ask questions if I don't know. It's just, it occurred to me. It's like, I remembered that it tends to be a Northern European, that the mutations traced to Northern Europe. And you're talking about, the appeal of the land of milk and honey in 3500 BC. sorry, 1500 BC, 3,500 years ago. And I was just wondering how many people down in the Middle East there were lactose tolerant in order to take advantage of the milk. That's all. Tag.
Interesting. A high incidence of adult lactose intolerance has been found in all Mediterranean groups studied to date: Greek Cypriots, Jews, and now Arabs. Interesting. I mean, honestly, it's probably one of those things. I mean,
the way they would deal with that is they turn it into cheese and such. I mean, they basically, ferment the lactose into something else.
So that was the other thing I was thinking, that's probably what it is, because it's not literally milk and honey. It's probably more accurately, well, I mean, davash is honey, but like, I get actually technically, because honey has to be produced by bees. So I think that probably the best way to note that one of these words will be in parentheses. It has to be implied because there's so many types of the other word. But basically, chalav might actually be chalev, which is fat or curdle, like curdled milk. So like curds, not the people group, the food. And then so chalev could be curds, and davash could be syrup, specifically date syrup, because it wasn't referring to it was a vegetable honey, not a
Interesting. Interesting. There's another way you can. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no.
I was going to say you could interpret it more from an esoteric level, where you have, bees. That's always had strong esoteric symbolism, with the idea of the alchemical transfer. The bees transforming the pollen into the honey, and the need to care for the bees, and the caretaker aspect. And you have that from above, and then you also have the milk with sort of the idea of the connection with the mother and the land and all. So, that could be easily implied as to, the above and below, the caretaker, and also the fundamental fecundity of the land. Again, if you're going with more of an esoteric interpretation. Tag.
Definitely, yeah. Let's see. So this word, zavat, which is what gets translated as gushes, flows, issues, or discharges. So, I mean, like it brings forth. That might be a good translation. I don't know. It's kind of hard to really say, but the idea is that it's like, it's bursting with it, that it's filled with it. So I think to say that's literally flowing, like people think of it like, oh, the rivers are flowing with milk and honey, and there's cookies in the river of milk and honey. And so they're nice milk honey cookies. You can dip the cookies in the milk river. I'm sorry that.
No. You're good. You're good. I'm still working past the multiples interpretation that I can picture some people putting to the word discharges. That's all.
I think you need to remember that that's just. I mean, like
that's a minority variant, shall we say, twisted interpretation.
Definitely twisted. All right, so let's see where we at. Shelach. Let's see. Why is this coming up with? Oh, that's why. Never mind. Shelach was one of the sons of Judah. Let's see. Shelach. Getting back to the garden, that's appropriate because in a bit we're going to listen to some more video, but I'm going to...
When I learned about Mind Bloom, I was curious if psychedelic therapy could actually help with...
Shalom. This week's Torah portion in the land of Israel is Parshah Shelach, the fourth Torah portion in the book of Bamidbar, beginning in Numbers chapter 13. This portion focuses on the grievous sin of the spies. 12 men, one for each tribe of Israel, were sent to do reconnaissance in the land of Canaan, as it was originally called, prior to the arrival of their fellow Israelites. Our sages teach us that this mission wasn't God's idea. It was the desire of the people, and God acquiesced. At the time of their departure, these men were all righteous and distinguished. Each one was a leader, a prince of his tribe. After traversing the land for 40 days, the spying party returned to deliver their report to Moshe, Aaron, and the entire assembly of the children of Israel. With the exception of Joshua and Caleb, who remained steadfast in their righteousness, the other spies spread an evil report about the land, which they had scouted, telling the children of Israel, "The land that we passed through to explore is a land that consumes its inhabitants." It was a slanderous, unfounded negative report. It was the worst lashon hara, evil speech against the precious land that God chose, and it precipitated a terrible national disaster which would change the course of Israel's history. As chapter 14 recounts, the spies' report succeeded in plunging the nation into despair. The entire assembly raised up and issued its voice. The people wept that night. As our sages teach, Hashem declared that because the nation cried that night for no reason, this would be established as a night of crying. And indeed, this was the first Tisha B'Av, the 9th of the month of Av, which was to become later in history the day of the destruction of both the first and second Holy Temple and many other calamities. All because the people of Israel, goaded on by these men, showed contempt for the precious land, as King David calls the land in Psalms 106. The event had cataclysmic repercussions that still reverberate throughout all the generations. Our sense of devastation is not in the least bit mitigated, though the portion is reread annually. And year after year, we face the same painful question: what really happened here? And these were not ordinary people. They were princes of their tribes. So what caused these upstanding leaders to unravel and infect the entire nation with a spirit of insurmountable hopelessness? What was the determining factor that led to their dissolution? It's clear that instead of focusing on the promises of God and the positive aspects of the land and their own spiritual potential, they allowed their subjective fears and doubts to cloud their judgment. There may be other contributing factors, whether spiritual or psychological, but essentially, the sin of the spies is all about a lack of faith, a tragic example of the power of negative thinking and the dangers of succumbing to fear and doubt. Today, though, I would like to consider our portion from a different perspective, one that accentuates the positive, because in our Parsha, Hashem also presents opportunities for tikkun, for rectifying the sin of the spies, manifestations of his compassion and his never-ending love. So open up your heart, because everything started in the Garden of Eden, and everything always goes back to fixing the Garden of Eden. The entry of the Israelites into the land was, and still is, all about a tikkun, about addressing and fixing the damage caused by Adam's expulsion from the Garden of Eden. The divine plan for Israel to enter the land was meant to rectify the sin of Adam and all that went wrong in the garden, and to bring about a new era of spiritual growth and connection to God, thus fulfilling God's original plan for humanity, which was to live in a state of harmony with him and for us to live with each other, man and God in paradise. Take two. That's what our entry into the land was to be. The spies lacked faith in God's promise to bring the Israelites into the land of Israel. They were afraid of the challenges they would face in the land, and they doubted God's ability to protect them. And they came back with a report that the land was too difficult to conquer. This lack of faith was a continuation of the sin of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, where they doubted God's commandment not to eat from the tree of knowledge. The land of Israel is described as a land flowing with milk and honey. That means that it's a land of abundance and blessing. By entering the land and establishing the Holy Temple, and by living in accordance with God's commandments there, Israel was meant to channel universal blessing into the world. This is beautifully expressed by two particular mitzvot, two commandments that God instructs Israel to fulfill that appear here in our portion in chapter 15, after the debacle of the spies and the decree against that generation was made. These are commandments that will not be fulfilled by this generation, but will only be performed by their children, those who will be going into the land after the passing
חייך
of the generation of the desert.
are
These two
למען
special commandments,
ירושתך.
they are rectifications for the sin of the spies because
I only
they
remember
are
parts.
commandments of the land. They are uniquely bound up with the very essence of the land of Israel. I'm speaking about the commandments of the libations in the Holy Temple and the commandment to separate challah, a portion from the dough. The libations, which are poured out on the altar of the Holy Temple, are expressions of joy and gratitude for the blessings flowing in Hashem's land. The challah, which is a portion of dough that is separated and given to the priests, is about elevating the material and recognizing and sanctifying the spiritual essence of our physical world. Although God had decreed that this generation will not enter the land, but will pass away in the desert as a punishment for the slander of the spies, and although these commandments are unique to the land of Israel and will only be fulfilled in the future by the children of this wayward generation, nevertheless, God gave over these commandments now to the very people who will not be entering, to the very people who squandered and lost their opportunity through their lack of faith. This was like a divine kiss, a sign of his mercy and forgiveness and hope for the future promised redemption. It was a reassurance that ultimately the nation will be going into the land, building the Holy Temple and bringing their libations together with their offerings of free will, of peace, of the festivals, and the mitzvah of challah, heralding prosperity and sustenance and an unbreakable bond with the land itself. The timing of the announcement of these two commandments served to assure that generation that God's promise to give their children the land and his forgiveness was unaffected by the sin of the spies. It was like he was saying, not everything is about you. There are future generations. You are part of something much bigger than yourselves. But open up your heart deeper still. At the end of our portion, we find the commandment of tzitzit. These are the fringes which Hashem commands to be attached to the corners, to the edges of a four-cornered garment, such as a talit. On the simplest level of understanding, these fringes are a reminder of all God's commandments and our obligation to fulfill them. The fringes of the tzitzit are made up of 8 strands, which are tied in 5 knots. The numerical value of the Hebrew word tzitzit is 600, which, when combined with the 8 strands and 5 knots, equals 613, which is the number of commandments in the Torah. What is this really all about? And if God wants us to remember all his mitzvot, surely there are 6 commandments and our obligation to fulfill them. The fringes of the tzitzit are made up of 8 strands, which are tied in 5 knots. The numerical value of the Hebrew word tzitzit is 600, which, when combined with the 8 strands and 5 knots, equals 613, which is the number of commandments in the Torah. What is this really all about? And if God wants us to remember all his mitzvot, surely there are other memory devices that he could have employed. Why did he command that the reminder be placed on our garments? Once again, we turn our gaze back to the garden, the root of everything. Adam and Eve's sin was a result of their desire to be in control. To have knowledge of good and evil is to be like God. This desire led to their expulsion from the garden and to a redefining of what it means to serve God in this world, because now man has to exercise his free choice. But ever since then, you should know that the goal of everything has really been about getting back to the garden, to regain that aspect of our relationship with the Creator that was lost. So open up your heart to the deepest depths. The concept of clothing was born in the Garden of Eden. It came into the world as a direct result of the eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Thus, the Hebrew word beged, clothing, is related to the word boged, meaning rebellion or treachery.
Or also,
Adam and Chava realized that they were naked, and they made belts to cover themselves.
Also, begad in luck. I don't know. I don't know if that's ever used, but it definitely does work. Another thing I was going to say is that one of the things he's talking about, this going back to the garden, that's the reason for the I think the challah offering, which was originally baked with a bunch of different herbs. But then also you have the nesachim, the libation offerings. And so in that note, I mean, I'm not drinking right now, but I am going to offer this as incense up to Adonai and Asherah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm old, so I can never hear the line, back to the garden without thinking Crosby, Stills, and Nash.
I
The
do not
music group.
understand. Yeah, that's before my time, definitely.
Yeah, it's from the song Woodstock by Crosby, Stills and Nash. Yeah, it was a huge hit back in the day. Yeah, some songs from that era you'd know that, you know. Yeah, that's what it's like. That's the refrain from the song. We've got to get ourselves back to the garden.
What garden are they talking about?
They're talking Garden of Eden. It was kind of the summation of the whole '60s counterculture sort of thing. The idea of reject the establishment, get back to the garden. One of the things jumped out to me is he was talking about 8 strands tied into 5 knots. And that what immediately jumped to my mind was the quipus by the Incas. Is there any other sorts of strand knot, kind of fabric sort of coding that was used in Judaism? Just curious.
Sorry, one more time.
Well, when they were talking about the 8 strands tied into 5 knots, what immediately jumped into my mind were the Incan quipus, which is the Inca didn't have a language which they used long-term storage on paper or clay or stone. They used it with strands of various fabrics or animal hair or such, and different knots and combinations of knots and strands. And I was curious if, again, I know about, the strands on the on the tallit and such. Is there any sort of tradition of that strand knot coding within Judaism? Just curious. I don't know. I've never heard of it before. I didn't know if you knew anything. Tag.
No, I don't know of anything off the top of my head, unfortunately. What I can maybe think of, like, I think it was a different pattern and like different amount of different colors depending on what rank you were, but I think it was basically just 2 for the high priest and everyone else.
Yeah, no, it's again that whole idea if you encode things via weaving patterns and fabric and colors and things like that. It's not, again, that's what Scottish tartans are based off of that and such. It's an interesting thing. I just didn't know if there was a Hebrew/Jewish tradition around that. So that's all.
Yeah, not that I can think of off the top of my head.
This act of covering themselves was a result of their newfound awareness of their physicality and separation from God, which was a consequence of the illusion of separation and ego that was created by their action. They were naked before the sin too, but then there was no shame or guilt associated with the body because before the sin, they were in a state of pure consciousness and did not need any sort of physical clothing to cover their bodies. Prior to the sin, there was no selfishness. But having given in to ego, afterwards they became aware of their nakedness and they felt shame. And they covered themselves with fig leaves, which was the first instance of clothing in the world. And as Genesis chapter 3 informs us, later God himself fashioned clothing for them. Clothing is part of the physical world, which was affected by the sin of the Garden of Eden. One of the remarkable things that we learn about the generation of the desert is that throughout all the years of their journeys in the wilderness, their clothing grew with them and remained fresh. As Moshe himself testifies in Deuteronomy chapter 8 and verse 4, your garment did not wear out upon you. This really means that even after the sin of the spies, despite their failings and flaws, the generation of the desert lived on such a lofty spiritual level, so removed from the physical world, that their garments were unaffected by the sin of Adam and Eve. The sin of eating from the tree of knowledge started with straying after the heart and the eyes. And the woman saw that the tree was good for food and that it was tempting to the sight, we read in Genesis. Being led astray by the eyes is a problem we all face. It looked good, but it was an illusion, merely a satisfaction of the senses. The sin changed their spiritual status and resulted in the necessity for physical garments. Now we can understand how the commandment of tzitzit is a divine response to and a tikkun for the sin of the spies, which is rooted in Adam's sin. The spies too were swayed by what their eyes saw. They saw only the physical aspects of the land, but not its great spiritual power. Neither did they see their own potential to connect with Hashem and his land, to bring blessing into the world. Their mission was described in the beginning of our Parsha as Latur et haaretz. Latur, a word that can be defined as to explore, to wander throughout the land, to scan one's field of vision and see. Like bookends, Hashem uses the same word again at the conclusion of the portion, at the end of chapter 15, in relation to tzitzit. It shall be for you tzitzit, that you may see it and remember all of the commandments that are of Hashem, and perform them, and not wander after your heart and after your eyes, after which you do stray. The spies' eyes were deceived by a mirage of materialism. The tzitzit, made up of physical threads, are tied in a way that represents the spiritual energy that flows through us and reminds us to look beyond the physical world and to see the spiritual potential that lies within everything, to always strive to connect with the divine spark within ourselves and within the world around us. The tzitzit, the fringes, are a rectification for the concept of garments at the spiritual roots. By attaching tzitzit to our garments, we are elevating the physical garment to a higher spiritual level, so that it's no longer merely a vessel for our physical existence, but also a vessel for our spiritual growth and our connection to God. The mitzvah, the commandment of tzitzit, brings healing to the eyes, embodying our ability to connect between the physical and the spiritual. And it serves as a powerful reminder that God is always with us, always protecting us and guiding us. Our eyes always sway us. The challenge is to learn that no matter what our eyes tell us, we can count on Hashem, that we can trust in him, even when we face doubt and fear. In diametric opposition to the sin of the spies, this challenge resonates through the ages, urging all of us to embark on a transformative journey of cultivating unwavering faith and trust in Hashem. It's precisely when faced with formidable trials that we can tap into our divine connection to rise above the shadows of doubt and uncertainty that threaten to engulf our spirits, rather than succumbing to the weight of obstacles and challenges that beset our paths, as did the spies. We can nurture a mindset brimming with unwavering positivity and an unshakable belief in the benevolence of divine providence. When life presents us with daunting circumstances that leave us trembling in their wake, it's precisely in those moments that our faith finds an opportunity to bloom. We need to forge an unbreakable bond with the essence of our existence, the divine spark. For in doing so, we tap into an infinite reservoir of strength and resilience that resides deep within us. By cultivating unwavering trust in the guiding hand of the divine, we open ourselves to the countless possibilities that lie hidden within even the darkest of hours. Faith is not a mere abstract concept, but a dynamic force capable of transforming our lives. It beckons to us to venture beyond the confines of doubt and fear and embrace a reality infused with hope, positivity, and trust. It's through this steadfast faith that we unlock the door to a realm where the impossible becomes possible, where each challenge becomes an opportunity for growth and transcendence. Our world is rife with uncertainty, but our lives are not defined by the circumstances that confront us, but rather by the way we choose to perceive and respond to those circumstances. The failure of the spies reminds us all that by shifting our perspective, we can transform obstacles into stepping stones, challenges into catalysts for growth, and setbacks into opportunities for triumph. If we succeed, we not only uplift ourselves, but also we become beacons of inspiration for others, manifesting a world where hope reigns supreme. Thank you for watching this week's Jerusalem Lights Torah portion. May Hashem help us to focus on his guiding hand in our lives as we continue to grow ever stronger in our faith and reliance upon him. And may we...
Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I know that I don't have a good handle on his interpretation of Genesis, because it occurred to me that if he's talking about Adam and Eve were not corporeal, until after the sin. I thought the sin involved, like the eating of a fruit from a tree. And I'm not sure how you do that without a corporeal body. And again, I'm sure he has it worked out there. I'm just saying, I clearly don't have a handle on his take. And the other's just a sort of general aside that's occurred to me. And, maybe it's another reference that is too old for you. And that I always have trouble with the idea that there's a book of Deuteronomy without a single Big Lebowski reference.
I mean, I get what do you mean, like without a dude? What?
Yeah, Deuteronomy. Yeah, how do you have a whole book of Deuteronomy without a Big Lebowski reference? You know.
Okay, yeah, I didn't catch that part. But yeah, no, I mean, I think you just need to look at it with the whole, multi-level interpretation, the fractal interpretation that they did, that it was like this, spiritual or this kind of like ethereal tree, an ethereal garden, an ethereal.
Oh yeah, no, I get that point, and that's all I'm saying is I don't have a handle on what his interpretation of Genesis is, because a lot of it has the idea of there, he has it being like a that was like almost when matter started to exist was after Adam and Eve's sin in the garden. And again, it's an interesting interpretation, and I can't necessarily, there's value to it. It's just like I said, I just don't have a good handle on it.
It's more so that you have this idea of Adam Kadmon, and then this idea of Adam Harishon. So you have the first Adam, and then you have the primordial Adam. And so the primordial Adam is the one that exists before creation, or is like a part of creation, or is creation. And then you have like it's very psychedelic.
Oh.
Yeah.
No. I actually, the psychedelic part I have down. I have down the whole 4 worlds of creation within Kabbalah and things like that. That I have down. It's the idea, if I look at it from a 3D material timeline, at some point in time, we have humans started being humans rather than, the descendant of, the previous existing, ape-like creatures. At what point in time, and I understand he's saying about, the Adam Kadmon and all that, it was like, how do you reconcile the 2 levels? What is happening on the one? Because the way he's describing it, it's like there's this instantaneous, almost like crystallization. It's like they fall out of one level of existence and all of a sudden they become material. And again, maybe that's what he is saying, but it's tough to reconcile that with the idea of what science reveals and our senses have of a multi-billion year timeline. At some point in time, there has to be a correspondence between the two, and I'm not quite sure how he gets there. That's all. Hey.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I think it's, at the end of the day, it's kind of like, yeah, you could have all these things where it's like you have all these creatures that are created, and then you have like the spiritual, or like the, this like celestial human that's created and is kind of just interposed upon the world, because he was created after all these creatures. And what's to say that, one of the creatures of the land wasn't just mankind, and then once you get the shift to like what gets seen as like intelligence, it's kind of like, I mean, there's any way you can interpret it, but I mean, we should probably move on.
Oh yeah, no, sorry for the ones. It's just random thoughts.
No worries. Let's see. Oh, what it let's see. Oh, Ur Sameach was really good. 1 year ago, 4 days ago.
There's going to be the section with the spies, with the Meraglim, the spies. 798. Now, to really understand this, we have to get a little bit of a background. And the first question is, because, we're talking about, if you know anything, the whole story is that Moshe Rabbeinu is going to send these spies into the land of Israel, and they're going to come back with a negative report, and the Jewish people are going to cry, and then there's going to be a decree. They're going to be 40 years wandering in the desert. Now, this is all the trouble starts here. So the backdrop of this is, first of all, we go to the previous parsha. Right at the end of the previous parsha, what happened? Miriam and Aaron had Moshe Rabbeinu separated from his wife. Why did he separate from his wife? Because Moshe Rabbeinu was, at any point, Hashem could speak to Moshe Rabbeinu, the divine presence would he would get a communication, and he felt for the sake of purity, he has to separate from his wife. So Miriam gets involved. One of the interesting things here is, why does Miriam get involved at all? It's just very interesting that the last time a man separated from his wife was who?
Adam.
Moshe's father. Interesting.
Oh.
And who got involved then?
Miriam.
Miriam. She's the one, she gave her father Musar. She said, your decree is worse than Paro's decree. Paro only made a decree on the males. Your decree affects males and females. Nobody's going to be born. And so he remarried his wife. And who was born as a result? Moshe. So Miriam has a lot of motivation to get involved over here. She says, number one, I'm good at this. Number one, I've been successful with this before. And if Moshe is separated from his wife, I'm the one, the last time, the last time this happened, I got involved and we had very good results. Moshe Rabbeinu was born. And not only that, Moshe Rabbeinu himself should realize what the benefits are of not being separated, because he himself was born. So everything in the story kind of leans in the direction of, it indicates Miriam should really get involved here. And who does she talk to? She talks to Aaron, which makes a lot of sense too, because she doesn't know why Moshe Rabbeinu separated for sure. Yeah, maybe there's a shalom bias issue over here. Now, who's the shalom bias man? Aaron. Everything about the story seems to make a lot of sense. Yet they made one mistake. What was the mistake? They underrated Moshe Rabbeinu. They were prophets. And they said, listen, we're prophets. We live with our spouses like husband and wife. Why should he's a prophet too? The only mistake they made is, but he's not like you. He's on a different level. And you had no right to speak, even though, and the Gemara says, even though she was his sister and she loved him, and it wasn't that malicious, and it was but you spoke. There's something disparaging here. Therefore, she gets punished with saras. She gets leprosy, and the entire Jewish people wait for her for 7 days. That's what the Torah. That was what happened in the previous episode. So Rashi, the very first Rashi here. Let's take a look at the pasuk for a second. Vaydaber Hashem al Moshe Leibar. Shlach lecha anoshi v'yasur zeretz Canaan and son of Israel. Ish echad l'matei v'osav tishlachu kol nasi v'hem. Send men to go out, and now there are different ways, different words for spying. One word is l'ragel. One is v'yasuru. The Yasuru comes from the word Yitaron. Yitaron means the benefits, the positive, which means that really they're being sent to go and bring back a report on what's good about Eretz Yisrael. Because there isn't really a question whether they're going in or not. Yet they're called miraglim. A miragil is somebody who brings a negative report. That's what the Torah calls them later. But at this point, no, it doesn't say they're spies. It says go off and check out the land of Israel. So take a look at the first Rashi. Shlach lecha anoshim, right column, top line. Lama nisbecha parshas meraglim and parshas Miriam. Why was this section of the Torah put right next to the previous section? Why did the Torah write this section over here? Lefi shalaksa aliske diba, because Miriam herself was punished for her derogatory words. Shedibra be'achia. She spoke against her brother. They saw what happened to Miriam. Everybody knew that Miriam's outside.
If you're implying this guy, no. And that's some, I have no context for what you're saying that in. But without any context, that honestly comes across as really anti-Semitic.
The camp with Sarah,
I was impressed with his arguments about Miriam as a very successful busybody, sticking her nose in other people's business.
Yeah, you do know what I'm talking about, right, though?
No, not exactly. And I'm not sure what you mean by, the anti-Semitic, but...
Yes, someone, I would say schmuck, but I don't know. Maybe they actually are talking about something else. I don't know. Feel free to provide the context, but without any context, that is really anti-Semitic. Someone said, is that a communist? And it's just a rabbi talking. But yeah.
Well, I was going to say I'm willing to imagine there are a few communist rabbis out there.
I think that's very unlikely. Extremely unlikely.
Okay.
Yeah, like most rabbis, especially Ashkenazi rabbis, tend to view communists along the same lines as they view Nazis.
Man, that's a bizarre analogy because Nazis tend to view Jews about the same way they view communists too. It's like it's almost like this evil triangle of hate.
Let's see. Chabad, Soviet. Let's see what I can find.
Why did religious Jews feel the need to leave the Soviet Union after the war? Why couldn't they stay there?
No, actually, people from the West don't understand how the situation we used to live. And the government was officially accepted like religion is the opium of the people. The opium of the people. And we have to erase religion. So all their schools was to re-educate the young generation to make, we used to call, to make a homo sovietica. Some sort of a human being, which called homo sovietica, will be totally dedicated to the communistic ideas. They wouldn't have their own mind. So the first religious Jews will have their children should be educated, brought up as Jewish people in religion. Shabbos was impossible to observe Shabbos. Kosher was illegal. Everything was illegal. So the elderly people still, the government considered elderly people, they will die. But the young generation didn't allow to educate. Let's say you cannot bring a child in shul, they will close the shul. Because you bring your child to educate him religious. And religion is the opium of the people. Finished.
So during the war, it became a little bit easier. And in Samarkand, it was easier because the government was busy fighting the war. So life was, there was a little bit even a semi-official status. Yes. But with the war over, people were worried that it was going to go back to the way it had been before the war.
Stalin began, if in the 30s, in the 40s was the persecution against religious people, not only Jews, non-Jews as well. So after the war, Stalin began to tie up the persecution against the Jews. In 1949 and 50 was the big process of the Jewish people, the doctor plot, the world famous doctor plot. That 18 doctors want to kill the Politburo, the old Soviet government. It was professors. And this whole story about that is how they was supposed to be killed, hang on the Kremlin at the Red Square. And it was a plot, 50, usually against the Jews. In 1949 and 50 was the big process of the Jewish people, the doctor plot, the world famous doctor plot. That 18 doctors want to kill the Politburo, the old Soviet government. It was professors. And this whole story about that is how they was supposed to be killed, hang on the Kremlin at the Red Square. And then
it comes out that Stalin's dead.
And if someone was beating up a Jew and a militiaire, policeman says, don't touch him, we will soon kill them. And the plan of Stalin was that when the professors will be killed as murderers, as they desire, they want to kill the Politburo members. So then they will initiate pogroms all over the Soviet Union. And Stalin, as a father of the humanity, this is what he called himself. He will save the Jews. He will take the Jews, send them to an isolated area, Birobidzhan. Birobidzhan is Siberia. And so will remain the 3 million Jews. 1 million will the Russian kill in pogroms. 1 million will die on the way to Birobidzhan. and 1 million will stay in Azerbaijan. This was.
Basically, like one way that you could view it is like most religious Jews, and I mean this is actually, now that I think about it, this is regardless of what ethnicity you are. If you're a religious Jew, I doubt that you're a communist. That's like very unlikely, unless you're Reformed, then I guess that's a possibility. But even then, it's unlikely. But
there are those who would argue that Reformed Jews aren't really religious too, though. So,
I mean, see, the thing is, it's
you know darn well, and a lot of Orthodox Jews would argue that.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that no, they are religious. The thing is, they might argue that what they're practicing isn't Judaism.
I don't know. I almost think among the Orthodox, they'd argue it's not even religion.
I mean, religion is more than just Judaism, because like most religious Jews don't even consider Judaism to be a religion, quote unquote.
No, yeah, no. I'm just saying among the Orthodox, I think that it'd be, if they have any religion among the Reformed, it's money that they worship. But
I disagree with that. A lot of people are just Reformed because they weren't because they were raised in a way that like their families lost touch with tradition.
My issue, I'm not trying to say anything about the Reformed people. What I'm talking about is how some Orthodox Jews view the Reform movement. I'm talking entirely about the perspective of a few of the extreme Orthodox Jews. That's all. Yeah, I've talked to Orthodox Jews that have no use for anybody Reformed.
Yeah, I have no clue what this means. Or Yosef ben Porat. Yosef ben Porat, dude, do you not even know what you're talking? I mean, maybe that is some rabbi, but Yosef ben Porat is a reference like straight out of the Tanakh. It was this the video that's 12501 titled where was God in the Holocaust, and yeah, I want to need more context. I'm not going to derail my stream for that. But let's see. Let's see. That's too long. But this one's shorter.
Yosef Yitzhak Yosef, dark clouds will ascend. The regime which persecutes the Jewish religion must meet its end eventually. Ultimately, God will destroy them, but until then, they will suffer greatly from their wickedness and violence. Yosef Yitzhak, you must sacrifice your life for strengthening Torah and Judaism.
For 70 years, across the USSR, organized religion was banned. Religious Jews were hunted and persecuted. Under the communist regime, in a land spanning 11 time zones, with the highest Jewish population in the world, thousands of shuls, schools, and mikvahs were the highest. Under the communist regime, in a land spanning 11 time zones, with the highest Jewish population in the world, thousands of shuls, schools, and mikvahs were shut down. 8 million Jews were being choked off from the heritage of their fathers. On a dark night in Moscow in the winter of 1924, Rabbi Yosef Yitzhak Schneerson, the 6th Rebbe of Lubavitch, made a covenant with a group of young men. They vowed to fight to the end to preserve their religion for the Jews of the Soviet Union, even if it meant losing their lives. Under the Rebbe's leadership, an organized underground of hundreds of cheder elementary schools, yeshivas, and mikvahs sprung up from St. Petersburg in the west to Tashkent in the east. These dedicated men and women managed to keep the spark of Yiddishkeit alive in hundreds of towns and cities across the land.
Yiddishkeit is Judaism. Or actually rather Jewishness.
Communists persecuted, chased, and harassed the Rebbe and his operatives. Often within days, a new mikveh would be filled with cement. A report would arrive of a teacher sent to the firing squad, his young students sent to Siberia. But there always seemed to be another person ready to fill his shoes. Through the years of communism, hundreds of Hasidic activists were executed. Thousands more were arrested and sent to Siberia for years of hard labor. In 1927, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak himself was arrested and sentenced to capital punishment. Through the intervention of the governments of the United States, Germany, and Latvia, and petitions signed by hundreds of thousands of Jews across the Soviet Union, the sentence was commuted. The Rebbe was banished from Russia. In 1939, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak, father of the 7th Rebbe, was imprisoned in Dnipropetrovsk, Ukraine, for his counter-revolutionary work. Among other crimes, he had personally stood up to Premier Stolypin and refused to follow the Premier's orders to certify government-baked matzahs as kosher for Passover. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak was exiled to a remote area of Kazakhstan. He passed away of his suffering in exile in 1944. He was buried 2,000 miles from his home in Almaty, Kazakhstan. In 1950, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, at 48 years old, became the Rebbe. Under his guidance, the struggle intensified. Not a day would go by when the Rebbe would not struggle for the Jews of Russia.
והנידוחים בארץ מצרים, דאלף הווגלת יידן, אשור גודל, ובואו עבדים בארץ אשור, והנידוחים בארץ מצרים, דאלף הווגלת יידן, ובפרט die was gefunden sich nach Mosach Abarzel, was nicht sehr schuld, aber sie noch nicht sicher gewesen zu der frühesten Möglichkeit von lernen Teile und bekam sein Mitzvah bis im Kultur
The Rebbe toiled endlessly for their physical and spiritual well-being. He sent couples posing as tourists, as clandestine shluchim, bringing strength and determination to his Russian underground. The couples would memorize hundreds of names and addresses. Russian border guards were left scratching their heads by Hasidic couples who would travel to Russia for a 2-week stay, laden down with kosher salami and Jewish books and films. The humanitarian aid was used to feed Jews in cities and shtetl across the land. The shluchim smuggled out film strips where Jews would request the Rebbe's blessings.
Ben Soshe. Ik wil betten. Er heet Yankee Ben Soshe. Ik wil betten. Als de Rebbe zal Rachman boven af unsere Kinder.
Ich will beten der Rebbe, soll beten, der alle Iden, welche sitzen in West-Sohar.
Rebbe, не благодарит за заповеди, которые ты исполнил, которые я говорил в прошлый раз.
The Rebbe would debrief the shluchim for hours on end, often weeping upon hearing the reports of physical and spiritual persecution. perestroika. Immediately, the Rebbe began to dispatch shluchim to bring Judaism above ground, with restriction on religion being officially released. The ashes, glowing for 70 years, finally burst into flame. The warmth of Judaism began to glow for the millions of Jewish men, women, and children across Russia who didn't even know the meaning of the word Jew. Schools, shuls, mikvahs, and community centers began to spring up. Once again, children were laughing in the hallways of Jewish schools. An entire Jewish infrastructure has sprung up from the embers which were kept alive for 70 years.
The first holiday, we put a small ad in the newspaper. We thought that maybe 200 people would come. 600 people showed up. My wife and I decided that we're moving here for sure. There are people here. There are youth here. There's a future.
I understood long ago that we have to make a change. Enough hiding, enough being ashamed of our Judaism. My husband also, at the beginning he didn't go, now he goes to the synagogue.
In 1932, they took away our synagogue and made it into a factory, a textile factory named Stalin. Now they're giving us back our synagogue.
There used to be about 40 synagogues. There were mikvahs, cheders. 80% of the people were Jewish. When we came here, there was almost nothing. Now we're rebuilding the synagogue.
Last year we opened up the first Jewish school in the whole Ural and Siberia region. We have over here a place right next door that we're planning to build a mikveh. We already bought a house.
The Jewish revival in Kiev recently received a tremendous boost. Thousands of adults participate in study days, and many others come to classes in Jewish heritage.
We've got a young couple who've just been married a year or two, and they pick themselves up with the Chaya Mushka or the Menachem Mendel.
Oh wow,
They may or may not speak the language, and they arrive there, and there's absolutely nothing there. And they go basically as pioneers to rebuild what once was a glorious Jewish life there.
On Hanukkah and Purim, usually we have many thousands of people. Our goal is to get young people actively involved in Jewish life.
Wow. Okay, so I'm just saying this last step, and I'm going to go up, and then we'll listen to more stuff there. So let me just find something in the meantime. But yeah, the point is that religious Jews and communism do not mix oil and water.
Well, religion and communism don't, because communism is its own religion.
Well, so then how can you say religion and communism?
Well, because communism defines religion as anything that's not communism.
Well, but you just said communism is its own religion.
I know. That's part of the point, is communism redefines its terms in order to exempt itself.
Wow.
Mashiach, we're waiting for him to arrive. Where is he hiding? Where is he hiding out that we don't see him? There's a famous verse in Shir HaShirim, the Song of Songs, said by Shlomo HaMelech.
Oh,
he writes,
the voice of my beloved Noah.
Behold, he is standing behind our wall,
behind the door,
looking through the windows, peeking through the cracks. This verse is interpreted in many different levels. It's referring to Hashem, and it's also used as a metaphor to refer to Mashiach. That he needs the potential for Mashiach. Mashiach is here. Mashiach is not in seventh heaven. He's right here. The power of Mashiach is in earth. Mashiach is here. Acher Kosleinu, he's standing right behind the wall. But the problem is that there's a wall. What made the wall? Who created the wall? So it says, Achar doesn't say he's standing after the wall, behind the wall. He says he's standing Achar kos leinu, behind our wall, which could also be interpreted to mean that we are creating the wall. We are creating the barrier which is not allowing him to be expressed, which means, as Kabbalistic teachings explain, that the sins of the Jewish people,
Okay, not
negative character traits
normally
that
I
we
would
have,
feel like I'd have
some
to.
serves as a barrier.
He did not say capitalistic. That is the stupid YouTube auto. Said
Yeah.
capitalistic, not capitalistic. Though it would be funny if it translated that as communistic.
See, you got a rabbi criticizing capitalism there, Ariel. Come on.
What are you talking about? He's criticizing communism if he's a capitalist.
Negative character traits that we have, some serves as a barrier. It's not allowing the light of Mashiach to be fully expressed in the world. So the question is not where is he? The question is, what are we doing to allow Mashiach to become part of our lives? Despite the fact that there is a wall, the verse continues and says that there are windows, there are openings, and there are cracks in the wall, which means that exile, as already from its original conception, already had openings, there are cracks. Mashiach is peeking through the cracks. He's looking at the Jewish people. We might not see him, but he is looking at us. He's waiting to see that we will eagerly get our act together and really prepare ourselves for his coming. And as the Rebbe, Lubavitch Rebbe, once expressed himself, he said that the fact that Mashiach is peeking through the cracks and watching us, whether we are aware of it or not, has an effect on us. Mashiach's look, Mashiach's gaze obviously affects us, arouses us. He's thinking about us.
Am I the only one to get a certain creepy voyeur vibe out of the Mashiach here?
Yeah, I was going to say something at some point, but yeah, I get that too.
Okay, good. I was curious if I was the only one, because this whole idea of, yeah, there are holes in the walls and he's peeking in through the cracks in the window. It's like, that might coming across a little bit not how you intend there, Tag.
Yeah, I don't personally know what he's referencing. The part I thought he was talking about was Mashiach's at the door and he's knocking and he's just waiting for us to let him in. And by the time that we are like, oh, we want Mashiach now, then we open the door and he's not there, but really he is there. But no, I have no clue where he's going with this.
Yeah, the idea he's peering through bedroom windows, it's like, that's an interesting take. I'm curious where you're going with it, Tag.
Sound a bit too close to home for some stuff we've heard a lot the past few years.
That was years ago. Today, as the Rebbe said many times, as the walls of exile, the barriers that are blocking the redemption to be revealed, to be realized, have been turned on fire. They are burning down, and the world is the walls of exile, the separation between the barrier that is created within the world because of our sins, which block the coming of Mashiach, is already almost completely splintered. So how do we break this wall? Breaking this wall can be done in many different ways. But obviously, first of all, the point is that we should take in the light of Mashiach. We shouldn't try to keep him behind the wall. We should make cracks, try to make openings for the light of Mashiach to come through. Most importantly, this reminds me of a story which is maybe doesn't stem from a very holy source, but it definitely could be used out in a holy way. There was the Lenin, the leader of the Bolshevik Revolution, when he first started out in the times of the Tsar to demonstrate propaganda against the Tsarist regime in Russia. He was taken into interrogation by the Tsarist officers, and they told him, "What are you trying to do? Don't you realize that the Tsarist regime is a wall? It's, like banging your head against the wall. Why are you wasting your time?" So he answered and he says, yes, it is a wall, but it's a rotten wall. You give one push and the whole thing could come tumbling down. And the lesson for us is that exile as a whole, it might appear that it's very strong, that the barriers that are separating us and the times of Mashiach might appear to us that they're strong, but they're really not strong at all. They're crumbling away before our eyes and they're waiting for us to give it one final push and they completely break it apart. On a more positive note, the Rebbe, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, said that these days Mashiach is already standing by the entrance, by the threshold, and he's waiting for us to bring him in. In other
This is the
words,
part I
the
remember.
focus today is not that there's a wall that has to be broken. The wall has already been broken. The focus is now on the positive side, not to break exile, but on the other hand, to bring in the redemption. We don't have to focus on breaking the negativity in the world. Our focus has to be now on trying to prepare ourselves for the light of Mashiach by learning as much as we can about Mashiach, by trying to emulate the way that the world will be like when Mashiach will come. By doing that, we bring Mashiach inside. There's no door, there's no wall, there's no blocking. There's no blockage. Mashiach is right here. We have to bring him in. We have to invite him inside by, first of all, being interested in him and by living our lives in a way that Mashiach can walk right through the door. Hashem should help. We should have the coming of Mashiach now.
Amen. So, shifting upstairs now took me much longer than I'd hoped, but hey, I mean, I spent all this time. I'm at least gonna do something. So.
Yeah, at the end there, he was kind of echoing a lot of what I've heard Christian preachers about letting Jesus in your heart kind of thing. It's definitely echoing the same sort of sentiment, Peg.
Well, where do you think they got the idea from?
Which way? The rabbis stole it from the preachers preaching it, or the other way around?
Actually, that they both got it from Jewish Second Temple texts.
Yeah, and again, that's one of those interesting things I find is, the Hebrew Bible wasn't finalized until well after, the time of Jesus.
What do you consider finalized, and by who?
Well, you didn't have a canonized list of books until I'm not sure how much before they usually cite about 1st or 2nd century. It's a little bit before the Christian Bible got canonized. But it was a kind of a flexible list of books that kind of changed a bit.
Yeah, and that has to do with the sorry, I'm just multitasking right now. That has to do with the fact that that the texts themselves. So you have like the Torah. So the Torah was canonized before this, though, right?
Right. No, the Torah you had starting again. That was very canonized in 3rd century BC. But you had various other books that just sort of started showing up and getting added to the list up until about the 1st century or so. And you'd have some books that would go in and out because you have, they base it off of the different writers where, who all is Philo referencing, which Hebrew books is he referencing, and they go off of that one tag.
Yeah. You just give a few thoughts. I just need to get some stuff ready real quick. I'll be ready in a minute. I just have to get the computer booted up.
No worries.
So
no, the process of canonization I always find interesting. That's all.
So what text do you know of that weren't included in the canon? But what I mean is that weren't even necessarily included in the Apocrypha.
Oh. Again, you got things like the Book of Giants found in the Dead Sea Scrolls is something that was clearly, referenced at some point and tossed out. You got Book of Joshua. We don't have, the best of my knowledge, we don't have a legitimate copy of that. Those sorts of things.
Sorry, which book?
Oh, I was saying like Book of Jasher. That was one that's a lost book that it's arguable whether we actually have a legitimate copy these days. You know, some of the stuff in the Dead Sea Scrolls that never made it, like Book of Giants and such.
Ah, yeah, I see what you mean. All right, let's get this booted up.
Enoch is a classic one. You know, but does he count? I don't know where he counts as Apocrypha in the Jewish, because you know, I always thought that was kind of in the Maccabee sort of category, and this not even sure exactly what is the Jewish Bible Apocrypha.
Stuff like Susanna, I think. Or actually, no, that's Greek. I'm pretty.
Tobit, you know, I don't know.
Oh yeah, that'd be an example, I think. Let's see. StreamYard. Hopefully.
Like I said, Daniel is always the book that I've heard referenced as the last one to slide in.
Let's see. Oh shoot. Let's see. Let's see.
And that's an interesting question. I've never compared the timeline side by side about the canonization of the Hebrew Bible versus the Christian Bible. That'd be an interesting comparison.
Let's see. This should work. Okay. Let's see. Sorry. Shoot, one second. Shoot. Let's see. Gmail. One second. I totally forgot to do this beforehand. Now I need to sign in.
That's a question I had.
Yeah.
Is the spy story counted as the official founding of Mossad?
Funny. No, it isn't.
Oh, I could see some of them wanting to tie it back to that. I was just curious if they actually said it.
Give me one moment. Let's see how am I going to do this. Passwords. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, I would not have remembered that password. Please tell me this works. Oh, thank God. Okay, it did. So now I just need to sign in. This is me. Okay. Continue. 11/06/98. Oh wait, how do I do this? Sign in. Oh, right. Passwords. Please tell me I saved it. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. It didn't. Let's see, it's... Sorry about this. Oh, right, I had a plan for this. I don't know why I forgot about this. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
משוך עבדך אל רצונך. ירוץ עבדך כמו אייל, ישתחווה אל מול הדרך. ירב לו ידידותיך מנופת צוף ויכולת אדוני סביב העולם נפשי חולת אהבתך. אנא אל נא רפנה לה בהרות לה נועם זיווך. אז תתחזק ותתרפא והייתה לה שמחת עולם. ותהי כאמונה רחמך וחוסנה על בן אהובך. כי זה כמה נחשפתי לראות בתפארת עוזך. אנא אלי מחמד ליבי וחוסנה ואל תתעלה. היגלנה ופרוס חביבי עליי את סוכת שלומך. תאיר ארץ מכבודך נגילה ונשמחה בך. מהר אהוב כי בא מועד וחוננו כימי עולם.
Wait. Is this the right one? Okay, can you hear me? Hello? Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you again. You're back.
Okay, cool.
Hi, I'm David Taub, and welcome to the Parsha Rabbit Hole, where I find something weird in the weekly Torah portion and follow it all the way down until it gets even weirder. This week's rabbit hole eventually gets us to weightlifters, watermelons, and ancient carrying frames. But as always, we have to get there. Before we get started, this week's episode is dedicated by HasidusWiki.com in honor of its own existence. One of the great things that has come out of the rabbit hole, for me at least, is that it's prompted a bunch of people to share their cool projects with me. And Hasidus Wiki is definitely a very cool project. As the name implies, it's a collaborative encyclopedia of concepts in Jewish mysticism. But because Kabbalistic concepts are so hierarchical and interconnected, this format is perfect because it really lets you follow the path from one concept to another. So definitely check that out, HasidusWiki.com. Okay, let's get started. This week's Torah portion, Parshah Shelach, tells us about how Moshe Rabbeinu, or Moses, sent 12 spies, one from each tribe, to scout out the land of Canaan and report back to the rest of the Israelites. And it didn't go well. They came back with tales of giants. They might be giants. Then everyone got scared, and then everyone got punished and had to wander in the desert for 40 years. But there's one part of that story that's always been the most exciting part to me. One of the things the spies were supposed to do is bring back some fruit to show how good the land is, but it backfired. The fruit was so exceptional that it scared everyone. In the Parsha, it says that the spies cut off a branch with a cluster of grapes, and they carried it back b'mait b'shnayim, on a pole with two. And they also brought back a pomegranate and a fig. Now, the normal way to read that is that two people carried this bunch of grapes on a pole. Most commentaries explain it differently, and we'll get to that, but for now, the point is that this bunch of grapes was so big that it needed to be carried on a pole by multiple people.
I saw you each off with like 20 grapes. Then I asked one at a time. The bum holds the most grapes wins this gold bowl.
So I've been obsessed with these grapes for a long time. Those of you who are familiar with some of my older work know that almost 20 years ago, I made a weekly Parsha series with puppets called the Parsha Report. It was so grueling that I decided to never do a weekly Parsha puppet with some of my older work. Know that almost 20 years ago, I made a weekly Parsha series with puppets called the Parsha Report. It was so grueling. A bunch of grapes was so big that it needed to be carried on a pole by multiple people.
I saw you each off with like 20 grapes. Then I asked one at a time. The bum holds the most grapes wins this gold bowl.
So I've been obsessed with these grapes for a long time. Those of you who are familiar with some of my older work know that almost 20 years ago, I made a weekly Parsha series with puppets called the Parsha Report. It was so grueling that I decided to never do a weekly Parsha series ever again. Luckily for you, I like making stuff too much, and here we are. But with the Parsha Rabbit Hole, I've been trying to pick different ideas than the ones that I explored in the Parsha Report. But the Parsha Report episode for Parshah Shelach was about the grapes.
Giant grape. My first question is, how did you feel when the Jewish spies came in, saw you guys, and said, hey, if the grapes here are this big, then the people must be ginormous?
But even though I've explored the grapes before, this time around, I want to focus on a specific question that I've always wondered about, but have never found an answer to, which is exactly how big were the giant grapes? In that puppet video from 20 years ago, I picked the size based on what I thought would look funniest sitting in the chair.
What was that like? Tell us a little bit about that. Fascinating.
But I wasn't basing it on any actual information. But when I started looking into these grapes for the rabbit hole, I saw that Rashi actually gives us a pretty good starting point. He says that this phrase, b'mait b'shnayim, on a pole with two, doesn't mean what we think it means. Because the only way to carry something heavy on a pole is with two people. So that's obvious. So the Torah wouldn't have to tell us that. So instead, with two must be referring to the poles. They carried it with two poles, which based on the two people per pole logic that Rashi already established, would imply 4 people. But then Rashi says that one guy carried the pomegranate, one guy carried a fig, and 8 guys carried the grapes. So now we've gone from 2 guys with 1 pole to 8 guys with 2 poles. Okay, so a couple of things. First of all, how do we get to 8 guys? 4 guys makes more sense. 1 guy on each end of the 2 poles. And we'll clear that up later. Another thing is that it only adds up to 10, and there were 12 spies. And Rashi explains that's because two of the spies, Yeshua and Kalev, realized that the bringing back giant fruit plan was all about scaring people and they wouldn't participate. But the main thing that jumps out to me is that this whole grape operation just got a whole lot bigger.
Okay. This is going really well. Oh.
Then Rashi ends with a method of figuring out the weight of the grapes, but he doesn't actually do the math. He gives us the pieces, which we'll get into soon, but he doesn't get us all the way there. So I dug around it, and I couldn't find anybody who does. The idea originally comes from Gemara and Midrash, and they don't do the math there either, and none of the commentaries do. So it seemed to me that if I could follow through with the calculation of the weight of the grapes, I could then figure out the size of the grapes. But as I dug around, I found that, as always, there are multiple opinions at every turn that complicate the calculations and give us new ways of looking at the whole grape carrying operation. So that's where this week's rabbit hole starts, with giant grapes and trying to figure out exactly how giant they were. If you're ready to see where that leads, let's dive in. Okay, so as I said, Rashi's method for figuring out the weight of the grapes comes from Gemara. They're talking about a story in Sefer Yeshua, or the book of Joshua. After the Jews crossed the Jordan River, Yeshua instructs 12 men, one from each tribe, to each place a large stone in the bed of the river. And those 12 stones would be a monument to the crossing of the river that would stand forever. So that story could be a whole rabbit hole in and of itself. But the thing that's relevant to our grape conversation is that the Gemara tells us that over 1,000 years later, two Tanaim, rabbis of the Mishnah period, actually saw those stones and measured them and said that each stone weighed 40 sah, which is a biblical measurement, and we'll get into exactly what that weight is soon. But the Gemara implies from that this is the maximum weight that a person can carry in any situation. But then the Gemara continues and says that if a person has someone helping them, then they can carry 3 times as much, which comes out to 120 sah. And then it says from this, you can calculate the weight of the cluster of grapes. And as I said before, they don't actually do the calculation. But based on the pieces that they did give us, the entire calculation depends on how many people were involved. And then you can multiply. Now, one thing that's important to clarify is what that per person weight is. We said that if people are working together, then the maximum load is 120 sah. You might conclude from this that because they're working together, that weight would be split between the two, 60 each, which is still more than what one person can carry alone. But that's not what Rashi says. He says that if people are helping each other, then each person can carry 120 sah. And I double-checked, and a bunch of later commentaries use 120 as the multiplier for this. So that's what we're going to go with. But now we have to figure out how much a sah weighs. The problem is, a sah isn't a measure of weight. It's a measure of volume. So it doesn't convert into pounds. It converts into liters or gallons. One widely accepted opinion for the conversion of sah into modern volume measurements is 8.3 liters. And as we said before, each person carried 120 sah. So 8.3 times 120 is 996 liters. Now, you can figure out weight from volume, but you have to know the volume of what. In our case, the question is, the grapes weighed the same as 996 liters of what? Now, you might think, well, grapes. That's 996 liters of grapes, and then you figure out how much that weighs. But the Gemara presents this maximum capacity that a person can carry as a general rule, and then says that you can figure out the grapes from that. So it wouldn't make sense to say that it's grapes everywhere. It has to be 996 liters of something constant so that that weight stays the same for any situation you would apply it to. According to Korban Ha'eda on the Talmud Yerushalmi, which has a similar discussion, he says that when it says that the maximum weight a person can carry on their own is 40 sah, that means the weight of 40 sah of water, which then gets amplified to 120 sah of water when there are multiple people working together. So 120 sah of what? Water, which is great because in the metric system, 1 liter of water weighs 1 kilogram. So that makes the math a lot easier, at least for this part. So based on that opinion, that a sah is 8.3 liters, a sah of water would weigh 8.3 kilograms, and 120 sah of water, or 996 liters, would weigh 996 kilograms, which would mean that when working together, each person could bear almost 2,200 pounds. So before we go ahead and start multiplying that by the number of people and making that huge number even huger, let's just address the fact that that's really heavy.
This is a narrative of very heavy proportion.
That's over a ton for each person, and even a third of that, which is what the Gemara says a person can lift on their own is over 700 pounds. Just for reference, the current Olympic record for weightlifting is 267 kilograms, or just over 588 pounds. So this is a lot more than that. There was a guy who lifted 5,000 pounds by lifting 2 cars on a platform, but I don't even know what to do with that information. And remember, this isn't just lifting for a few seconds. They had to carry that multi-ton bunch of grapes back through the desert. The Ben Ish Chai addresses this issue, that this seems like an extraordinary amount of weight for people to carry, and he says that it was a miracle. He also does some gematria stuff with the number 120, but we've already got so much math in this rabbit hole that I'm not going to get into it. But the idea is that the spies were originally sent to do something good, to see how great the land was and get people excited about it. And bringing back the giant fruit could have been part of that, so they were granted superhuman strength. They just ended up using that superhuman strength the wrong way, which I think is a cool idea. Anyways, now that we've got that out of the way, let's figure out how big those grapes were.
Oh, yes, I am. Oh, yes, I am.
We have the weight carried per person, 996 kilograms. So we just need to multiply that times the number of people. We already know that Rashi says that it was 8 people, but let's start with the plain reading of the verse, which is 2 people. And there are some commentaries that say that is what it means. Based on 2 people carrying it, the total weight of the cluster was 1,992 kilograms. But if we want to know how big each grape was, we have to divide that by the number of grapes in a cluster. Obviously, that can vary a lot, but when I Googled it, I got an average number of grapes in a cluster of 70 to 100. I like easy math, so I went with 100, which gives us an average weight per grape of 19.9 kilograms, which will round up to 20 kilograms or 44 pounds, because why not round? This math is super loosey-goosey already.
Okay, I'm hearing a lot of blame being thrown around loosey-goosey right now.
Now here's the next obstacle, getting from weight to size. I tried a few different ways of doing this, and I even made a super complicated spreadsheet to figure it out. First, I tried to scale up based on the diameter of a sample grape, but that doesn't work because circles are weird. So then I decided to use the average density of a grape, meaning how much does a grape weigh per cubic centimeter of space it takes up. Obviously, this is going to vary a lot, not just from one type of grape to the next, but from one grape to the next. So I found a lot of different values for this, but we're just going to go with one of them for the sake of this little exercise. 0.64 grams per cubic centimeter. From there, I could estimate the volume of a 44-pound grape, which I could then convert to diameter, assuming that this is a perfectly spherical grape. And what I got was a grape that is 1.3 feet tall, or wide. It doesn't matter. This is a spherical theoretical grape. For reference, here's a beach ball of approximately that size. So based on 2 people carrying the grapes on one pole, this is a very rough estimate of how big each grape was, keeping in mind that we made a lot of assumptions along the way. But according to the Gemara and most commentaries, those grapes were carried by more than 2 people. The Gemara that we were looking at, this is a very rough estimate of how big. But according to the Gemara and most commentaries, those grapes were carried by more than 2 people. The Gemara that we were looking at before continues and says the thing that Rashi quoted about it not meaning 2 people, but 2 poles. The Gemara doesn't say anything about 8 people, though. Not yet, at least. We'll get to that in a minute. But for now, it looks like 4 people. So if we do this same math that we did before, we get an 88-pound grape, which is 2 times heavier. But because, as I said before, circles are weird, the diameter increase isn't as dramatic. It's 1.6 feet. I don't have a beach ball for that. But the Midrash gives us another count. It does a similar thing as the Gemara and says that Bamait B'Shnayim on a pole with 2 means that there were 2 poles. But then it brings another opinion that there were 3 poles, because on a pole is 1 pole, and with 2 is 2 more poles, which is 3 poles. So based on that, 3 poles means 6 people, which gives us a 132-pound grape with a 1.8-foot diameter. And again, I'm sorry, no beach ball. But now it's time to get to that thing about 8 people.
I'm the king of 8, and I'm here to state that everything here has to total 8.
Jumping back to that Gemara, after it tells us about the 2 poles, it gives us a statement from Rabbi Yitzchak that it wasn't just poles, it was tortone v'tortone de tortone, which maybe kind of translates as scales and scales of scales. Tortone is a weird word that doesn't make complete sense to me here. It comes from a Greek word meaning scales, but the way the commentaries explain it is that it's two poles with another two poles going across for support. So some sort of frame. But all the commentaries describe that frame a little bit differently. They all end up with 8 things to hold on to, but they do it in different ways. I'm not going to get into the details of all the different configurations, but a lot of those commentaries were nice enough to give us cool little grape diagrams. So here are a few of those.
Grapes, 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 singing in the vines. Grapes so big, grapes that shine. Grapes and a cluster of grapes making rhymes. Jumping grapes, groove grapes, delicious time.
Okay, so now we finally got to the 8 people Rashi was talking about. And if we do all of our math, a cluster of grapes that takes 8 people to carry gives us a grape that weighs 176 pounds and has a diameter of 2 feet. I did order a 24-inch beach ball on Amazon, but it ended up being false advertising because it was a lot. I did 176 pounds and has a diameter of 2 feet. I did order a 24-inch beach ball on Amazon, but it ended up being false advertising because it was a lot smaller. But I'll show you on a tape measure because I think it's important to visualize it because 8 people is the main opinion, the one that most commentaries quote and the one that it says in the Gemara. So it's about, there we go, this big, 24 inches. So based on that, it seems like that arbitrary size that I picked for that puppet video 20 years ago was actually pretty close.
It's been a pleasure, and we really thank you for coming out here.
But this still isn't the biggest grape. When I was looking at the commentaries on that Gemara, I saw that Tosfos mentioned an opinion in the Talmud Yerushalmi that gives us even more than 8 people. But first, some background. I mentioned earlier that there were 12 spies.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The ladybugs came to the ladybugs picnic.
This is a famous fact. It's very clear. Each one is even listed by name, and there are 12. And according to Rashi, Rabbi Yitzchak's whole frame thing was a logical conclusion based on the total number of people. 2 of them had moral objections and didn't participate. 1 had to carry the pomegranate, and 1 had to carry the fig. And that leaves us with 8. And that's why Rabbi Yitzchak said that they used a device with 8 ends to hold on to. But in the verse where God tells Moses about sending out spies, it says, Ish echad lamata. One man per tribe. There's a repetition. Now, 2 rabbis of the Mishnah period, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yishmael, had a disagreement about this kind of repetition. Rabbi Yishmael says that the Torah is just talking the way people do, and repetition is a way of emphasizing something. It's a way of emphasizing something. But Rabbi Akiva says that Torah doesn't work that way. That if there's a repetition, then it's there to add something. So the Talmud Yerushalmi says, based on the repetition in that verse, ish echad, one man, that according to Rabbi Akiva's position, that would mean that there were actually 2 people for each tribe, which gives us a total of 24 spies. And then instead of 8 people carrying the grapes, there were 16 people carrying the grapes. Commentaries deal with how this would work, given that it's pretty clear from many other verses that there were only 12, but I'm not going to get into that. The thing that's important to us is that twice as many people means the cluster of grapes was twice as heavy. So if we run the numbers, each grape is 351 pounds and has a diameter of 2.6 feet. And yes, I do have a beach ball for this one. This is actually a couple inches smaller in diameter than the calculation that we got for the 16-person grape, but it's a pretty huge grape. I knocked out my lights. Just to give you another point of reference, the world record for the largest watermelon is 350.5 pounds, which is right around the same weight as our 16-person grape. That watermelon had a diameter of just around 2 feet, which is the same as our 8-person grape, but watermelons aren't spheres. They're oblong, usually, and this one particularly so. And that measurement was of the shorter diameter. So if our 24-person grape was a little bit more oblong, I think it'd actually be pretty similar in size to that world record-setting watermelon.
Here we go. Solid chapters. Chris Kent's 350.5. You got it? Yep. Watermelon. We got 5 guys carrying this thing.
All right, that's it. That's the rabbit hole. As always, if you have any questions or things you want to share about these grapes, put it in the comments. Thank you for following me down the rabbit hole. If you saw giant rabbit footprints down here, don't worry about it. It's a good thing.
I can genuinely say that's the most time I've ever spent thinking about other men's grapes.
Sorry.
Rabbit hole. Where I find something.
Yeah.
Oh, I said I can honestly say that that's the longest I've ever spent thinking about other men's grapes and the size of them.
That's fine. Let's see what else I can find real quick, just because I can't get it right now. So I'm just listening. Let's see what's this.
Drinking coffee every day didn't work for me, but I couldn't figure out why until I went.
Before we get started today, I just want to remind you that we're in the middle of our annual raffle, and tickets are just $50, and it really helps get started. Today I want to ask, what defines a true leader? If you think about leadership and the elements of leadership and what it takes to be a leader and, let's say, not a follower, what are the definitions? What are the values? What does it take to be a true leader? Now, before answering this question, I want to look at the Torah for examples of leaders. There are three that stand out: Noah, Abraham, and Moses. So let's examine each of their qualities and see what kind of leadership styles they had. So first, Noah. Noah and his family, they're the only righteous people of an entire generation. And God speaks to Noah and he tells him that he's going to destroy the world. And God commands him to build a massive structure known today as Noah's Ark. The building process takes 120 years. And throughout those years, the people see him erecting this massive vessel and they start mocking him. But Noah remains focused on his goal, and ultimately, in the company of every animal species, his family boards the ark and they're saved from torrential flooding. The story of Noah and the flood. What about Abraham? Abraham is called Avraham Avinu, which translates as Avraham our father. He was the first Jew. He's referenced in the Torah as an Ivri, which literally means the other side, because he's not afraid to stand for his principles. Even if he's opposed by the entire world, Abraham will stand strong. Abraham and his wife Sarah actively engage with society. They're converting the pagans into monotheistic believers. God warns Abraham that he's going to destroy the sinful cities of Sodom and Amorah. Abraham pleads on behalf of those people, bargaining with the one and only, and ultimately asking him to save the city of Sodom, even if just 10 righteous individuals are found. But not even 10 righteous are found, and Sodom is destroyed. Now let's look at Moses. Moses is summoned by God at the burning bush to head to Egypt, to confront Pharaoh and lead the Jewish people to freedom. Perhaps the most daunting instruction ever. But Moses heeds the command and he's successful. Once the nation has been liberated and they begin their journey through the desert, this giant of a man ascends Mount Sinai and receives the Torah. Now Moses descends the mountain and finds this newly liberated slave community bowing to a golden calf. He pleads with God and manages to calm God's heavy anger. God does not destroy the Jewish people as a result of the golden calf. But now Moses is tasked with ushering the people into the land of Israel. He ends up sending a delegation of spies to scout out the land. 10 out of 12 return with disturbing reports. They say the land is filled with giants. It's unapproachable. It's formidable. Moses prays to God in the company of his soon-to-be successor, Joshua, Yoshua ben Nun, asking that the nation be saved from impending punishment for rallying to the bad counsel of the spies. Now, I've only given you a snapshot of these lives of these three individuals. I'd like to now compare their unique approaches to social responsibility. Noah didn't pray for anyone, and he only engaged with those who approached him. Abraham, he sought to inspire the world around him and prayed for the righteous. But Moses, he prays for everyone.
How to open your car door while
Even the sinners. Noah, in Hasidic philosophy, is sometimes called a tzaddik in pelts, a righteous person in a fur coat. He himself is warm, but his warmth doesn't emanate. Abraham, he lived before the giving of the Torah, before the physical and the spiritual were united, before heaven came down to earth, before Moses went up on the mountain and God came down to the mountain. Abraham valued the righteous and he valued spirituality. Moses, on the other hand, put the physical needs of others before his own spiritual yearning. He threatened God that if the Jewish people were destroyed because of the golden calf, that he wanted his name blotted out of the Torah. Moses understood that the spies were not bad people. Though their advice was unacceptable, Moses himself chose the 10 men because they were upright and they were holy individuals. The spies were not intimidated by the land of Israel. On the contrary, they didn't want to leave the spiritual heaven of the desert. In the desert, the holy cloud led them by day and protected them by night. Food known as manna fell from heaven. Their clothes grew on their bodies, and all their physical needs were met directly by the Creator. It was like a spiritual Gan Eden, a spiritual paradise, without the hassles of the daily grind, plowing the land, having to make a living. The people of the desert were able to dedicate themselves completely to God. In the desert, you could lead an angelic lifestyle of pure holiness without the burden of daily life. They didn't want to leave the spiritual seclusion. And Moses prays in the presence of his successor, Joshua, to show that the spiritual retreat of the desert was not the ultimate way to live in this world. It was not the ultimate way for the people. In the real world, fields would be plowed, sustenance would be earned, and love thy neighbor as thyself would be the core value in the spiritual service of God. The real path to spirituality would be the fusion of the physical and the spiritual. The desert retreat was not the way of the future. There's a well-known anecdote about the famous rabbis Hillel and Shammai. They're quoted extensively in the Mishnah, in the oral tradition. They're well known to disagree on almost every topic. Today, we actually follow the opinion of Hillel in most cases. So one time, this convert comes to Shammai and asks him to teach the entire Torah to him while standing on one foot. The man was thrown out of the building and his question utterly disregarded. The convert then paid a visit to Hillel and made the same request. Hillel turns to him and he says, "Do not do unto others as you would not want done unto you." And the rest is commentary. It's actually today become what is called the golden rule. You see, Shammai followed a very straight path. He viewed the Torah with the severity and function as a very holy and righteous person. According to Shammai, the Torah could never be underscored by a one-liner. It's simply way too complex. The Torah is too multifaceted to just be able to tell him the entire Torah while standing on one foot. On the other hand, Hillel viewed the world through kindness. He was also very righteous, but he understood the application of the Torah in society. A life dedicated to God without regard for people is missing the entire point. But a life dedicated to helping others ultimately leads to a life of serving God. So let's get back to our original question. What is the definition of a true leader? A true leader, according to the Torah, is someone who puts the needs, especially the mundane physical needs of others, before their own. A true leader has regard for everyone, the ardent followers as well as the indifferent and even the opposed. Leadership is a responsibility to society. It's not a means for power and authority. Moses becomes the epitome of selfless leadership. And through his instruction and through his example, Joshua was able to continue that style of selfless leadership. And today, generations later, we look at Moses as the ultimate example of what it means to be a true leader. The Moses who says, God, I'm going to do whatever you want. I am your faithful servant. You tell me to take the Jews out of Egypt, I will go. But I want to tell you one thing and one important thing. If someone else had my talents, if someone else had my abilities, they would be doing a better job than me. Not false humility, saying, oh, I'm too humble to go get the Jews out of Egypt. True humility. I'll get the job done humbly. If someone else had that ability, they'd be doing better. I'm Rabbi Yisroel Bernath. Shabbat Shalom.
I have a
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
It's tough to hear you. I'm here.
Is this better?
A little bit. I think the mic might be too far away from you.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything right now, but it's picking up some things really strongly, but your voice is kind of weak at times.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Well, that's much better now, yeah.
Okay, cool. But yeah, what did you think of that one?
Well, I was going to say, I start with to be a leader, all that means is you need to have followers. Yeah, sort of definitional.
Well,
and
yeah, but like the qualities of a leader on like a more than just like a objective basis, but on a subjective basis.
Yeah, and again, the quality of the leader is also reflected by the quality of the followers. They go kind of hand in hand.
Not necessarily. Well, I mean, like by and large, I would agree, but there's always like you can always have a crazy leader that has a follower that wants to do something that's not in a crazy way, or vice versa.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying as a general rule. Like I said, better leaders produce better followers, and vice versa. Because good followers don't put up with bad leaders.
Interesting.
The other one is, when they ask, teach me the Torah standing on one foot, it's like, okay, start standing on one foot, I'll start teaching. Are you sure you won't be more comfortable sitting down? That's how most people like it, but it's up to you.
Yep. Holy crap. This whole time, well, not this whole time, but since I've gone upstairs, I've been harvesting one plant, and I'm only maybe halfway done. Anyway, let's see. What can we find? Show off. Let's see. Oh, this sounds good.
I'm not hearing a video.
Let's see.
Welcome to Parshah Shelach. This week, we read about the tragic sin of the spies. We know what the sin was. The spies came back from their mission and essentially rejected the land of Israel. They convinced the people that, despite God's promises, they would not be able to overtake Canaan's commanding, mighty militaries. And as a result, that generation of Israelites would die out. And the people would wander aimlessly for 40 years before they'd be allowed to finally enter the rejected land. It's a very frustrating story. Every time we read it, just as the spies are about to give their report, we want to scream out, "No, don't do it!" We somehow wish that this time, the story will end differently. This time, they'll give a positive report. Because to us, the sin seems unfathomable. How could they have doubted God? Shouldn't the annihilation of Egypt, the mightiest nation in the world, have taught them that God's power is infinite? Or if they knew of God's boundless strength, how could they have doubted that God would be with them during these battles, after everything God has done for them? So, even though it's a classic question, we still don't get it. How could they have sinned so egregiously? Join us as we explore this fascinating story this week on the Parsha Experiment. Hi, I'm David Block, and welcome to the Parsha Experiment. So let's look at the text and see what we can find. God tells Moses, "Shlach lecha anashim," send out men. What's their task? Ureitem et haaretz, mahi, see the land. What is it? Ve'et ha'am hayoshev aleh, hechazak hu harafeh, and the nation that dwells in it, is it strong or weak? Hama'atu imrav, are they few or many? Uma ha'arim asher hu yoshev bahin, and these cities that they live in, hab'machanayim, im b'mivtzarim, are they open or fortified? So their primary mission was to scout militarily, perhaps figure out how to destroy their enemies. And interestingly, when Moshe selects the spies, he singles one out. After listing all 12 names, the text concludes, "Vayikra Moshe loHoshea ben Nun Yehoshua," and Moses called Hoshea, son of Nun, Yehoshua. Of everyone chosen, it seems like Moses gave Joshua a special status. Something about this story feels familiar. Was there another time in which someone was told to select just a few people from the nation, and those people were charged with the task of military victory? An event in which Moses singled out Joshua? Take a look at one last piece of text from the spy story, and this puts the whole thing together. When the spies come back from the land and give a grim portrait of the enemy's power, look at the very first enemy nation they mention. Amalek Yoshev be'eretz HaNegev. Amalek dwells in the south. Yes, this whole narrative seems to recall the earlier story of Israel's war with Amalek, back in Exodus. When Amalek attacked Israel in the desert, Vayomer Moshe el Yoshua, Moses said to Joshua, "Bechar lanu anashim," choose men for us.
So I guess I wasn't supposed to be thinking of the military victory at Shechem.
I can see where you're going with that.
Yeah, because he was talking about, think about the first military victory, and I was thinking Simon and Levi and Shechem, and it's like, okay, yeah, they kind of screwed things up. So did the spies. Where are you going with this? And it's like, oh, he's going with a different as the first military victory. I was on a different page as him. I went back further in time.
So this actually reminds me. I think there's a tradition that the so like this whole idea of tikkun, or like rectification, which I like it better than reparation, especially with how political the term reparation is taken on, at least within our context, within our zeitgeist. I mean, not that I have any issue fundamentally with the idea of reparations. It's just you can't say it without half of the population getting triggered now. But what was I saying? That basically with the idea of the tikkun,
one of the ideas is like for the sin of selling Joseph into slavery. Because of that, the 12 tribes, or the 12 sons of Jacob, they were actually forced to reincarnate into the 12 the 12 spies, or sorry, into the 10 spies, because all except for Joseph and Benjamin. So Judah would have been included in this. But basically all of them, they're and what's interesting is that Joshua is descended from Ephraim, and that's from Joseph. So the tradition is that's why he doesn't mess up, is because he's descended from Joseph, who was sold into slavery, rather than being the one who did the selling. So basically the Gilgal that they're reincarnated, basically the ancestors of the tribes being reincarnated into the princes of the tribes who are sent out to spy as like another test, and then they fail it again. And then later on they get reincarnated into 10 holy rabbis who are like 10 holy rabbis who were martyred by, I think, Rome. And so there's this idea like that was the rectification. But I think on some level that's more than anything just a post facto justification in order to, be like, how could God let these holy men be taken? It's like, well, they were essentially not a sacrifice, but their life, like a very kind of a karmic idea more than it is a sacrifice, but you could view it as a sacrifice in a sense.
Interesting.
Which also kind of shows that whole idea of a holy person dying as a sacrifice that wasn't explicitly against Jewish, thought at the time, because it wasn't being seen as, oh, this is the Son of God being sacrificed for the sins of the world. It was more so that kind of this idea that the death, or the death of a holy person causes, moves God, if that makes any sense.
Sort of what's the big deal about yet another Jewish rabbi getting killed by the Romans?
Another one bites the dust. I'm sorry, that's inappropriate, but I can say it's Jewish. And I'm obviously joking.
I was going to say, I remember my friend when the song came out, he said they should have ended the title after Bites.
Let's see. I'm almost done with this plant. I think I'll just leave the other plant for tomorrow, or rather later today.
And what was the purpose of choosing those select people? V'tzei hilachem ba'Amalek, go and fight Amalek. So we see all three elements right here. Choosing representatives for military purposes, and Joshua is singled out. So now that we see that the stories are paralleled, we have to ask, why? These two stories seem incredibly different. The story of the spies is about a horrible sin by the nation of Israel. But in the Amalek story, there was no sin. The people were innocent victims of the attacking Amalekites. The stories really seem to be unrelated, and the few connections coincidental. But it's not coincidental at all. To understand the connection, we first have to understand that story of the Battle of Amalek back in Exodus. Only then can we truly understand the story of the spies. The battle with Amalek was really strange. We know what normal battle looks like. Generally, two groups approach each other and the stronger army wins. But that's not what happened here. Joshua and his men went out to battle, and at the same time, Moses ascended a hill. V'haya ka'asher yarim Moshe yado, and when Moses raised his hands, v'gavar Yisrael, Israel prevailed in battle. V'chasher yaniach yado, v'gavar Amalek, and when he lowered his hands, Amalek prevailed. It seems like military success was entirely dependent on Moses' raised hands. What's going on? Is this just magic? Of course it wasn't. It was symbolic. To understand how, let's think about the context of this surprise Amalek attack. A few chapters ago, God saved the people from Egypt with plagues and overt miracles. The people didn't have to do anything. We passively watched God save us. Then we had a series of Israel's complaints. We had no water, then no food, and then again no water. And the people are suddenly unsure. Hayesh Hashem b'kirbeinu im ayin. Is God really with us or not? And God says yes, and shows us by giving us food and water. Just as he had annihilated our enemies in Egypt, we sat on the sidelines as he took care of us. And immediately after, Vayavo Amalek, Amalek came, and Israel, a small band of people who had never before been in a battle, were able to defeat them. For the first time, we now have to be involved.
Not true,
Sort
like
of.
Graham said.
Though we're technically in battle, we learn the same lesson as we learned before, that victory comes not from swords, but from the hands of Moses, raised to the heavens, acknowledging God. And this lesson is the same one that we saw, first through the Exodus and then through God giving us food and drink. He's there for us. The symbolism is poignant. Moses' raised hands are a sign of recognition that Israel's strength is all from God. Only when they recognize the source of their success can they be successful. In war, it's so easy to think that military might is king, that I live and die by my strength and skill. When we have to put an effort, it's easy to fall into the trap of kochi v'otzem yadi. My success is a result of my effort, of my greatness. But that's the challenge of this world, to notice that even when we put in the effort, even when it looks like me, really, it's all God. So by making our success contingent on the raised effort, it's easy to fall into the... In war, it's so easy to think that military might is king, that I live and die by my strength and skill. When we have to put an effort, it's easy to fall into the trap of kochi v'otzem yadi. My success is a result of my effort, of my greatness. But that's the challenge of this world, to notice that even when we put in the effort, even when it looks like me, really, it's all God. So by making our success contingent on the raised hands of Moses, God teaches Israel exactly that. Then we can only succeed when we truly surrender control to God and trust God completely. And with that in mind, let's go back to the story of the spies in our Parsha. As we said, it's easy to get frustrated with the spies and the people. How did they lose faith after all God had done for them? But let's think about it from their perspective. God tells Moses, send spies, scout the land. If I'm an Israelite, how does that make me feel? What sort of message does that send? Wouldn't it feel a little bit like God was pulling back? Yes, in the past, God was there for us. But now, God's saying we need spies to scout the land, to figure out strategy for military victory. Strategy? That must mean God wants us to do this on our own, that he's pulling away. So when the spies get back, they're nervous. We have to figure things out and fight on our own. And the land is full of strong nations like Amalek. If God won't be there, we have to figure out how to do it ourselves. And that's terrifying. That fear seems reasonable, doesn't it? And yes, maybe it would have been reasonable. But then God shows us these parallels, telling us, hey, look at the Amalek story, because you can't understand the spies without it. God says, Israel, you think I'm leaving you? You think because you'll have to put an effort, I won't be with you? Why didn't you learn from the war with Amalek? Because they never had to put an effort before. In the beginning of the people's relationship with God, stage 1, God showed his love of Israel through open miracles. God threw plagues down on Egypt until Israel was finally set free. Then, as the Egyptian army approached the Israelites by the Red Sea, Moshe emphatically told the people, Hashem yilachem lachem, v'atem tacharishon. God will fight for you. You just be silent. Sit back and watch. And they did, as the mighty Egyptian military drowned in the Red Sea. And in the desert, the people had to do nothing for food and drink. They were just sustained by God. But then we got to stage 2, the sudden attack from Amalek. Now, God wants Israel to fight, because open miracles is not how the world works. God created the world such that we don't just sit back and wait for miracles. We have to put an effort. We have to take action. But even when Israel's fighting, even when we must put an effort, ultimately, it's still all from God. And how would the people understand that lesson? Think about that battle. Israel had no army, no military experience. It was a mismatch of the highest order. But the people were about to learn that none of that mattered. Success wouldn't be dependent on their military skill. It was dependent on only one thing. Can they recognize that even when they seem to be doing the work, it's still all from God? We know that God is pulling the strings when He does the work, but can we see that He's also pulling the strings when we do the work? But the war with Amalek wasn't the end goal. It was a transition, because later there would be a stage 3, a time when the people would have to put in even more effort, and it could seem even more like the people were in charge, and God's providence would be imperceptible to the naked eye. That's how life would be in the land of Israel. There, Israel would have to fight their own wars and make their own food. That's stage 3, the responsibility of the people to recognize that even when it seems like God isn't part of the picture anymore, really, He's just as present. So when the people are just 11 days away from entering, God tells Moses to select a few people to spy out the land. They'd have to plan and scout and strategize. And the spies saw that and were scared that maybe this is it. God helped us before, but now we're on our own. But what they didn't see was the lesson they should have learned from stage 1 and from stage 2. That regardless of human effort, in any amount, in any situation, God is always with you. The spies cried out, "We can't do it. We can't conquer the land." But they should have thought, God can do it. In fact, only God can do it. We must plan and strategize, and that's why the spies were sent. But we have to recognize the lessons from Amalek, that at the end of the day, only God will be able to win these wars. And in this way, the people of Israel failed in their relationship with God. When we only see God in the obvious miracles, when He's killing our enemies in the sea, when we lift our arms and He's right there, then it's not so hard to have a relationship with Him. But what about when we don't see God? When He says, "I'm here, even if you don't see me," and we don't trust that. When we don't trust Him, that's when the relationship is devastated. Today, we live in stage 3. When a bully comes up to me on the playground, I can't just step back and watch God give him what's coming to him. And I can't raise my arms to God and know that He'll take care of it. It's just not so easy to see God. So if I want to be close with Him, it's up to me to create that relationship. It's incredibly difficult, but I have to give God that trust and let myself say, "God, no matter what, I know You're there. I know You're with me." Only then can we have that epic relationship with God that the spies and that whole generation were meant to have.
Hi YouTube, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. And for even more amazing Torah videos, check out aleph-beta.org. Just click the link below.
Interesting. I like that one too.
Yeah, that one was pretty straightforward.
So,
like I said, other than I went back to Shechem rather than Amalekites.
True. It's kind of interesting though. What they did to the Shechemites is very similar to what the Amalekites did to them, just in a different way. Attacking them at their most vulnerable.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Let's see. Oh, this was good.
Why do we call our loaves of bread challah?
A portion.
The term challah comes from a root which means weakness. And therefore a machala is an illness, or chole or chola are people who are ill. Also, the same root is used for the Hebrew meaning to appease. And therefore the Torah tells us, Vayachal Moshe. Moshe appeased Hashem. And that's because when you are appeasing, you are softening the anger of the other. You are weakening the tough stand that they have taken. So what has all of this got to do with challah, that we eat? The Torah mitzvah of challah is given to us in Parshah Shelach. Immediately after we are told about the saga of the 12 spies, Hashem instructs us, once the nation would enter into the Holy Land, when baking our bread, we should remove a little portion of the dough and send it to the Kohanim, so that they would have sufficient to eat. That little portion is called challah, and the mitzvah is called the mitzvah of challah. Sephorinov suggests that the mitzvah is presented straight after the story of the 12 spies, because challah was to be carried out as a sign of appreciation of the yield, the produce, the harvest of the Holy Land, to indicate our love of the land. That was what was absent at the time when the spies went and delivered their irresponsible report. And that would be something we would be celebrating throughout the generations to come. Challah is a great example of synecdoche. That is when the whole is named after one of its parts. For example, we refer to spectacles as being glasses, or you say that you're engaging in a head count. The fascinating thing about challah is that we're naming the whole of the loaf after a part which doesn't exist anymore. It's the part that we've taken away. It's the part with which we've performed the mitzvah, and through which we have shared what we have with others. And that's why I believe the term challah is so significant for us. What it means is that when we sit down at our Shabbos or Yom Tov tables to enjoy all the delicious foods that we have and to bite into our challah, we need to remember two great loves of the Jewish people. First, our love of the land of Israel. And secondly, our love of mitzvot and the privilege we have to share what we have with others. Shabbat Shalom.
The spies, sent by Moses to explore the land, came back with a wholly misleading report. They said, we're not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we are. The land through which we have gone as spies is an Eretz Ochelet Yoshveh, a land that devours its inhabitants, and all the people we saw in it are men of great stature. In fact, as we later discover in the book of Joshua, the inhabitants of the land were terrified of the Israelites. It was exactly the reverse. When Joshua sent spies to Jericho, Rahab told them, a great fear of you has fallen on us, so that all who live in this country are melting in fear because of you. When the people of the land heard what God had done for the Israelites, our hearts melted in fear, and everyone's courage failed because of you. The spies should have known this. They themselves had sung at the Red Sea. The people of Canaan melted away. Terror and dread fell upon them. The spies were guilty of an attribution error, assuming that others felt as they did. They said, we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and so we were in their eyes. But as the Kotzker Rebbe noted, they were entitled to make the first claim about what we felt, but not the second about what the others felt. They had no idea how the other people felt about them. They were terrified of the Canaanites, and they completely failed to see that the Canaanites were terrified of them. But the real obvious questions about the spies are these. Number one, how come 10 of the 12 made this mistake? And number two, how come 2 of them, Yoshua and Kalev, didn't? Stanford University psychologist Carol Dweck has written a fascinating book called Mindset on why some people fulfill their potential and others don't. Her interest was aroused when she was watching 10-year-old children trying to solve puzzles that their teachers had given them to solve. Some of them, when the puzzles became very difficult, thrived. They relished the challenge even when the puzzles were just too hard for them. But others became very anxious. As the puzzles became hard for them to solve, they became easily discouraged and just stopped trying to do them. She wanted to understand why. What makes the difference between people who enjoy being tested and those who don't enjoy being tested? What makes some people grow through adversity while others become demoralized? Her research led her to the conclusion that it's a matter of mindset. Some of us see our abilities as given and unalterable. We're just gifted or ordinary, and there's not very much we can do about it. She calls this the fixed mindset. Others believe that we grow through our efforts. When we fail, we don't define this as failure, but as a learning experience. She calls this the growth mindset. To those with a fixed mindset, you try and avoid difficult challenges because you think it'll expose you as inadequate. If you try something and you fail, it shows I'm just not bright, I'm just not able. So people who have a fixed mindset are very reluctant to take risks. They play it safe. But people with a growth mindset react differently. They don't just seek challenge, they thrive on it. The bigger the challenge, the more they stretch. When do people with a fixed mindset thrive? When things are safely within their grasp. If things get too challenging, they lose interest. Dweck says that parents can do great damage to children when they tell their children, you're gifted, you're clever, you're talented. This encourages the child to believe that he or she has a fixed quantum of ability, and that discourages them from risking failures. Such children tend to say things like, I often feel that my parents won't value me if I'm not as successful as they'd like. And parents who want to help their children should, says Dweck, praise them not for their ability, but for their effort, their willingness to try hard even if they fail. A great basketball coach used to say to his players, you may be outscored, but you'll never lose. If you give of your best, you might lose the game, but you'll gain and you'll grow. And their willingness to try hard, even if they fail. A great basketball coach used to say to his players, you may be outscored, but you'll never lose. If you give of your best, you might lose the game, but you'll gain and you'll grow, and you will be winners in the long run. The fixed mindset lives with the constant fear of failure. The growth mindset doesn't think in terms of failing at all. It just thinks about learning. Apply this logic to the spies, and immediately you see something fascinating. The Torah describes the spies in these words. They were men of standing. They were heads of the Israelites. They were princes. What does that mean? These were people with reputations to guard. Others had high expectations of them. There were princes, leaders, men of renown. If Dweck is right, people laden with expectations that others have of them tend to be risk averse. They don't want to be seen to fail. And that might be why the spies came back and said, in effect, we can't win against the Canaanites, therefore we shouldn't even try. That's what happens if you have a fixed mindset. There were two exceptions. Caleb and Yehoshua. Why were they exceptions? Well, Caleb came from the tribe of Yehudah, of Judah. And Judah, as we see in the book of Bereshit, was the first Baal Tshuva. Early in his life, it had been Judah who proposed selling Joseph into slavery. But then he matured. He was taught a lesson by his daughter-in-law Tamar. He confessed about her. Tzadka mimeni. She was right, I was wrong. And that episode seems to have changed Judah, because later, when the viceroy of Egypt, his brother Joseph, whom he didn't recognize, threatened to keep Binyamin, his youngest brother, as a slave, Judah was willing to sell himself into slavery so that his brother could go free. Judah is the clearest example in Bereshit of somebody with a growth mindset, somebody who takes adversity as a learning experience rather than as a failure. And evidently, he handed on this growth mindset to his descendants, one of whom was Caleb. What about Joshua? Well, the text tells us something very interesting about Joshua, specifically in the story of the spies. It tells us that Moses changed his name. Originally, he'd been called Hoshea. Now he was called Joshua. He added a letter to his name. Now, in the Torah, a change of name always implies some change of character or of calling. Avram became Avraham, Jacob became Israel. When our name changes, says Maimonides, it's as if we or somebody else were saying, you are not the same person now as you were before. Anyone who has experienced a name change has been inducted into a growth mindset. They know that they're not fixed for all time. They have experienced change. People with a growth mindset don't fear failure. They relish challenges. They know that even if they fail, they'll try again until they succeed. It cannot be coincidence that the two among the spies who had the growth mindset were also the two who were unafraid of the risks, the challenges, the trials of conquering the land, even if the people were bigger than they were. Nor can it be accidental that the 10 spies who carried the burden of people's expectations, you're a leader, you're a prince, you're a man of high rank, they were reluctant to take that risk. If this analysis is correct, then the story of the spies holds significant lessons for us here now. God doesn't ask us never to fail. All he asks is that we give of our best. He lifts us when we fall. He forgives us when we fail. It is this that gives us the courage to take risks, and that is what Yoshua and Caleb knew, one through his name change, the other through his ancestor Judah's experience. God wants us to have a growth mindset and never to be afraid of challenge. And that is the paradoxical but deeply liberating truth. Fear of failure causes us to fail. It is the willingness to fail that allows us to succeed. Shabbat Shalom.
Ooh, I really like that one.
Yep, I agree.
I'm about to go back downstairs and then we'll actually do it, which luckily I think we're showing like 30 minutes. If I can speed up, only 15 minutes. So let me just put some on while I clean my hands because it's actually check this out. But then I put the here, check this out. So this is some of the hash that I have from some of my plants, and then I think you should be able to see it. Yeah. I don't know if you're able to see.
Yeah, nice.
It's great vessel. Oh shoot! I brought the wrong jar up. Whatever. I'm going to bring it all downstairs. Anyway, so. Okay, so what was it I found? There's some good one. Let's see.
Shelach lecha, God says to Moses, send spies to the promised land which the Israelites are about to enter. Find out, is the land barren or fertile, inhabited or empty? And if there are people living there, will they welcome the Israelites, or will they try to kill them? That's how Parshah Shelach lecha begins. What happens next is Moses complies with God's request and sends 12 spies, one from each tribe, on a recon mission to the promised land. 40 days later, the spies return with mixed news. On the one hand, they report, the land is a paradise flowing with milk and honey. The spies bring back a cluster of grapes so large it takes 2 people to carry it. On the other hand, 10 of the 12 spies say that the land is inhabited by giants and the weak Israelites have no chance of conquering it. 2 of the spies dissent, Joshua, who would later become the leader of the Israelites, and his sidekick, Caleb. They tell the Israelites not to worry, that they can defeat the hostile inhabitants of the land and can enjoy all that honey and milk. But the people don't listen. They're panic-stricken, and they cry out in fear. Based on this reaction, God decides that this generation of Israelites, freshly liberated from Egypt, is not capable of inheriting the land after all. God causes them to wander in the desert for 40 years, long enough for a new generation to be born, a generation that never lived as slaves, and thus would be confident enough to conquer the land. Of course, if God knows everything, you might ask, why bother with spies at all? Why not just tell Moses about the land and cut out the middlemen? The answer is that just like us, the ancient Israelites had to learn lessons for themselves. We're not babies, and God doesn't give us all the answers, either today or way back then.
Oh wait, I
We have to
think we
figure.
heard this right. Sorry, I'm. Let's see. What's this? Beyond, what's this? Oh, this is your question.
Look up into a clear blue sky. Look as far as you can. Look into distance itself. What do you see? Endless blue, the color of heaven. In Hebrew, there's a specific name for that color. It's called techeles or techelet. Techelet is the color of infinite distance. There's another word in Hebrew which is spelled almost identically to techelet. The word is tachlit or tachlis, which means the end or the purpose. Techelet is the end of sight, of all perception, and also its purpose, to see to the end. Jews have a mitzvah, a commandment, when wearing a four-cornered garment, to attach 4 threads to each of its 4 corners. The 4 corners of that garment represent the 4 corners of the world, the 4 cardinal points of the compass, and the threads attached to them are called tzitzis or tzitzit. The tzitzit extend out of the 4 corners of the garment, and the tzitzit extend our view beyond this 4-cornered world. Historically, one of the threads of the tzitzit is blue, techelet, and the other 3 white. White is the beginning of all color. If you take the 3 primary colors, green, blue, and red, and combine them together, you'll get white. White is the beginning of all color, and techelet is the end of color, the blue beyond. The word tzitzit comes from the same root as lahatzitz, which means to peek. Tzitzit allow us a peek beyond this world. The Gemara in Menachot says, when we look at the blue of the tzitzit, we see a reflection of the blue of the sea. And the blue of the sea is a reflection of the blue of the sky. And the blue of the sky is a reflection of the Kisei HaKavod, the throne of glory, a mystical concept which represents the infinity of God himself, the Ein Sof, that which is without end. What is the connection of the blue of the tzitzit to the blue of the sea and the blue of the sky and the blue of the Kisei Kavod? They are all without end. Left to itself, the sea would engulf the land many times. It is without end. The prophet Yirmiyahu, Jeremiah, says that Hashem made the sand as an everlasting boundary to the sea. Though its waves toss, they cannot prevail. Though they roar, they cannot pass. Meaning that in its essence, the sea is really without end, and it's just held back by the sand. And the sea is a reflection of the sky, the blue beyond, endless distance. And the Kisei HaKavod is by definition that which is without end, the Ein Sof. With a few threads, we can take a peek beyond our little 4-cornered world and connect to infinity.
Right, so I'm going to switch back now. So, let's see how we're going to do this. I will be right back in a moment. Until then, music time. Or should I say music? If I can find it now. Let's see. Oh, it is weird.
ורחוק מפניני ממך. בטח בלב בעלה ושלל לא יחסר. וחוק לנרותיה, זמם השדה ותיקחהו, מפריך וענת הכרם, חגרה בעוז מותניה, ותם בזרועותיה. בקישו וחפיה תמחופה עליך כפה פרסליאני וידיה שילחה ליבול הותירה לבית המשלג ככל ביתה לבושני מרבדים עשתה לה שש בה כמן לבושה נורדה בשער עם בעלה בשבתו היא מזיקני הארץ סלבין נסתה בתינקו וחבו נקנה לקנני עוזר וידה לבושה ותשחק ליום אחרון בעלה ושאלה לא יחסר היא פתחה בחוכמה בתורת חסד על לשון סופיה הליכות ביתה ולחם עצלות לא דוחה כמובניה וישרוע בעלה ויהללה רבות בנות עשו חיים ואת עלית על כולנה שקר אחר והבל היופי אישה יראת אדוני היא תתהלל תנו לה מפרי ידיה והללוה בשערים מעשיה אשת חיל נמצא ורחוק מפני מיכה פתח בלב בעלה ושאלה לא יחסר מדה אותו ולא רע בימי חייה לבשה צללוף אשתית בטס וחלץ כפיה.
Alright, so I'm back downstairs. Let's see. What is it I can find here? I'm going to give it just like 5 minutes.
Because Miriam herself was punished for her derogatory words. Shedibra be'achia. She spoke against her brother. They saw what happened to Miriam. Everybody knew that Miriam's outside the camp with Saras. Everybody's talking about Miriam for the week. Ooh, did you hear what happened to Miriam? Yeah, she said, well, boy, Saras, what happened? Something, I know something about Moshe Rabbeinu. I'm not sure. She said something. Everybody knew. So you're going into the land of Israel, you come back with a negative report, you didn't learn anything? You didn't learn anything? That's what's why the Torah juxtaposes this Parsha to the previous Parsha. It's the first thing Rashi says. Okay. Now, why is a question? What would your reaction be? Say you're coughing. And I say to you, listen, I'm not a doctor, but I'm pretty sure that's bronchitis. I want you to take this pill. And you say to me, what kind of pill is it? Don't worry about it. Trust me. Would you take the pill?
For my friend.
You would? Yeah, even if the guy, I'm a rabbi, I'm not a doctor, I'm not even telling you what the pill is. And you would take it? Okay, could be, yeah. You trust me.
Mistake.
You trust me. Okay, good. I probably would. I have no problem. Take a pill. What's going to happen? What could possibly happen from one pill? What are you going to do? You end up with a friend. And I'm not a doctor. I'm not even telling you what the pill is. And you would take it? Okay, could be, yeah. You trust me.
Mistake.
You trust me. Okay, good. I probably would. I have no problem. Take a pill. What's going to happen? What could possibly happen from one pill? What are you going to do? You end up with a French accent? You know, what could possibly happen? All right, so take a pill. What could be? So you get a little nauseous or something. And maybe it'll work. I don't know. Okay. What about if I say to you, do you have $10,000 I'd like to borrow? I have an investment to make. I'm good for the money. Would you trust me with that? And then, oh, Shmuel, look at that. Oh, the great equalizer. No, money, no. Pills, yeah, money, no. Illegal drugs, he's fine. But when it comes to a little cash, no. Okay, I don't blame you. I didn't trust you either. Don't worry. Right? And what if I say to you, don't lend me the money, but I got a really good, I have a good sense about this stock. I think you should put $10,000 in. What about that? Would you do it based on what I'm telling you? No. Okay, that you wouldn't do. Okay, I wouldn't either. Okay. Now, what if I tell you to stand on the edge of a 12-story building and jump, and don't worry about it? I'm a frum, and I davened hard this morning, and I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm not pretty sure. I'm absolutely sure Hashem will be with you. It's only 12 stories, and it's only even in the worst scenario. The problem is only on those last few feet. The first 11 and a half stories you could enjoy, right? And the problem is only for a couple of, would you do it? Would you jump? No.
Jumping never kills anybody. Okay. Landing kills people.
So you understand there could be a little bit of fear over there. Now, there could be a little bit of fear. Not only that, what if the firemen are telling you to jump out of the, not 12 stories, three-story house is burning, you're the third-story window, they're standing there with that trampoline or whatever they got down there to say, jump, buddy, because there's no other choice. Then you know that you have no choice but to trust them, right? Then you have no choice. Would you be nervous then? Still be plenty nervous. Okay. The Jewish people are being told, go into the land. Now, what kind of land is this? I mean, this is a prosperous land. We're going to see later on that they're big fruits, that they come back with giant fruits. Well, we're not talking, who do you think was living in the land? This wasn't a bunch of left-wing pacifists from Berkeley University. And this was you're talking about people who are very protective about their property. These are fierce warriors. What are you going to just march in there? Hi, fellows, we came to take over your land. See ya. What do you think? What do you think of? Who are and what are you? What equipment do you have? These are trained warriors. They're on the defense. They're protecting their homeland. You're going to just go march. So you can understand that there might be a little fear over here. That's the flaw of the Jewish people. Theoretically, to go in and check things out, nothing wrong with that. We're meant to behave responsibly in life. And not only that, Moshe Rabbeinu, we're going to see that the main flaw was not how. In other words, let's say there's a general. The general sends they got to take the army has to take a hill. The enemy's occupying a hill. So he sends one of the guys up ahead. He says, I want you to a reconnaissance mission, and I want you to come back and tell me what's the best way we're going to take this hill. And the guy goes over there. Should we go down or around? Should we go over the head? Should we go through from behind, from the front? What should we do? How should we do it? And this guy, the spy, comes back and says, sir, we shouldn't take the hill. We got court-martialed for that. I didn't ask for your opinion. I didn't ask you if we should or shouldn't. I asked you how we should do it. That decision was already made. The decision of how to do it, the decision of doing it was already, I made the decision. Now you're coming back and telling me you disagree with my decision? Yeah, you can't. You don't have the right to do that. Yeah. That's the problem. There is an opinion, though, that to go in and check out the land to see what you're going to go in and see there, but not to check the quality of the land. What are you checking the quality of the land? I promise you the land's of great quality. You have to check the quality. I need your opinion. I'm not asking for your opinion. To go in and see how we should do it, of course you should go in and see how we should do it. But to go in and then make a decision, no, it's too strong for us. We're intimidated. We can't do that. That's what I was worried about. But to go in and see, what are you going to do? Just start walking? Obviously, everything in life we have to do that. You always have to be responsible. The responsible thing is, listen, the decision was made. We're going in now responsibly. How should we go into the land? Where should we go? Should we go from this side, this side? Just a strategic mission. That's fine. But Hashem also knew, and he saw that this is going to turn into a situation where it's not going to end up strategic. It's going to end up with an opinion. Because the people wanted it at that point. That's a good question. According to the Meforshim, Moshe Rabbeinu felt that once the people are asking for Meraglim to go in, Moshe Rabbeinu is now going to catch 22. What are you say? No, you don't need to go in. What are you hiding? What are you hiding? How come you're not showing it to me? I want to sell you a motorcycle. Would you like to see it in advance? No, you don't need to. You don't need to see it in advance. Why not? What's wrong with it? So let's say one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Later on, they do go in. You'll see that Yeshua sends in 2 spies, and there was nothing wrong with that. He sends in Pinchas and Kalev, and that goes in. He's not criticized for that, because that was also to check how to go in. There was how. How is fine. If is not fine. That's the problem. Okay, let's see. That's the background. So then the Torah goes through their names. And you'll notice that 2 of the people are, one is Kalev ben Yehuda. Then in Pasuk Zayin, sorry, not Pasuk Zayin, Pasuk Yud. Pasuk Yud starts the trouble. Lemate Yosef, everybody say it's about 10 lines from the top. Lemate Yosef, Lemate Menashe, Gadi ben Susi. So from the tribe of Yosef was split into 2. Yosef was split into Ephraim and Menashe. Remember, Yosef has 2 sons, and Yosef becomes 2 tribes. So I skipped the pasuk. Sorry. Look through 2 psukim up. Lemate Ephraim Hoshea bin Nun. From the tribe of Ephraim is Hoshea bin Nun. Now Ephraim is the son of Yosef, but Yosef's name is not mentioned there. And who is this man Hoshea bin Nun? Yoshua. We're going to see that this is really Yoshua. And the word bin nun, if you combine it, why is he called bin nun instead of ben nun? Well, the bin over here means son of. Why is it? Why? You're right. Why?
Understanding.
Right. There's no yud, but it's pronounced as bin. Yeshua bin nun, as opposed to Yeshua ben nun. Everywhere else in the Torah, it's ben. Huh? So, the yud, is that where the yud came from? Yud came from Bin. No, the Yud came from Sarah. When the Yud from Sarah was given to Yoshua, Sarai, that Yud ended up by Hoshea. So the Meforshim say, because if you combine the words Bin Nun, it sounds it's Bin Nun. Bin Nun is the Hebrew word for understanding, intelligence, wisdom. Hoshea is the disciple of Moshe Rabbeinu. And he got the Torah understanding from Moshe Rabbeinu. Eventually, he becomes the leader of the Jewish people. So if you notice now watch, look at the contrast here. It says, Lamate Ephraim Hoshea bin. Everybody see where I am. I mixed it up a little bit. 8 lines from the top. Lamate Ephraim Hoshea bin Nun. And then 2 lines later, 1 line later, it says, Lamate Yosef, Lamate Menashe, Gadi ben Susi. So those are the names of the Hoshea is the Nasi, and Nasi over here doesn't mean the leader of the tribe. It means a prominent individual from the tribe of Ephraim. Yet, when it mentions the prominent individual from the tribe of Manasseh, Ephraim and Manasseh are brothers, the sons of Yosef, it says, from the tribe of Yosef, the tribe of Manasseh, Gadi ben Susi. So the obvious question is, why is Yosef's name attached to Manasseh? Why isn't Yosef's name attached to Ephraim? Everybody, are you with me? You heard the question. It's a fairly obvious question. Anybody got an answer?
Yosef character with Yeshua, but not with.
Exactly correct, but the opposite. Exactly correct, but the opposite. Yosef's character. Which one of these two brought back a negative report?
Good stuff.
Was it the one from Ephraim or the one from Manasseh? The one from Manasseh. What did Yosef do? He was the first one who initiated what?
Once we get the answer, we'll start.
Disowning? Yosef himself was disowned. He was sold. He didn't do the selling. He was sold. But what did Yosef do to get himself sold? He brought a negative report about his brothers. So that negative report, which one of these two brings a negative report? The one from Ephraim or the one from Manasseh? The one from Manasseh. So the one from Manasseh, the Torah is telling you, he still has that Yosef characteristic of negative report. It's still in him all these generations later. Therefore, Yosef's name is ascribed to him. Number one. Number two, the Mefarshim say that Yosef, to a certain extent, is responsible for all this. Why? What did Yosef say when the brothers first came to Mitzrayim? When the first thing Yosef said when they were brought to power, when he was incognito. Turn back for a second. This should give you goosebumps, especially if he turns up the air conditioning. Take a look at Parshas Miketz. I'm checking on page 220. What did you say?
Like Parshah starts at 223.
Yeah, so it's on page 230. 230. 234. 234. I better be right. I love being right. Yeah, 234. Oh, the joy of being right. Page 234, top line. So Yosef's brothers come to Mitzrayim. And what do you call it? The very first thing Yosef says to them, he wants to make sure they don't know who he is. So what does he say to them? Vayizkor Yosef, he sees the brothers. Vayizkor Yosef es hachalamos, he remembers the dreams. Asher cholam lahem. Vayomer aleim, Yosef says, Meraglim atem, you're spies. First thing he says, you're spies. Oh, that activates some sort of spiritual spy genetic energy, which eventually is going to come out in these spies over here. Yosef says they're spies. Now, he didn't speak to them in Lashon HaKodesh because he didn't want them to know he's an Egyptian king. How would he know Lashon? How would he know Lashon HaKodesh? He speaks Egyptian. So what does Yosef do? He has a translator. He has an interpreter. Who did Rashi say the interpreter is? Menashe, his son Menashe. So he says in Egyptian, I don't know any Egyptian, but he says Egyptian, whatever the Egyptian equivalent is for spies. You know, he says you're spies. Menashe, his son, then translates and says to them in Lashon HaKodesh, you're meraglim, you're spies. That means who shares in this genetic energy that's transmitted? Both Yosef and Menashe. Now turn back to where we are. Lemate Yosef, Lemate Menashe. That's why Yosef and Menashe go together. Yosef and Menashe were both involved in this accusation of being spies. Okay. Now I want to ask you a question. You know, spies, they're going to walk around together. They're going to go into the land walking around together. And no one in the land looks like them. I mean, now just imagine 12 Chassidim go walking through, picture the most crowded city in the world, the Tokyo or Mexico City. So if they go, 10 Chassidim go to Tokyo. 12 Chassidim are walking through the streets of Tokyo. All you got to do is people eating ramen and sushi and doing karate and riding Kawasaki's, and all of a sudden you got 12 Hasidim walking the streets over there. Nobody noticed. Nobody's going to notice them. Nobody's going to notice them. Yeah. I mean, and remember, every few minutes they got to have a minyan. So you got 12 guys outside. Yamin yesh me rabba mevorach. Nobody noticed. Nobody's going to see that. Right? And every once in a while they're going to bench. They're going to eat. And it goes up to some Japanese guy. Excuse me, where's the mikveh? Oh, talking about mikveh. What now? What are the chances that this is going to work over here? These are spies. I mean, you put in spies. You put in like the Israelis go into Gaza over there. They dress like pregnant women, and they dress like Israel, like Arabs. And they want to go. These guys are good. These guys, they're it's the most dangerous job, the mistarvim. And not only that, the guy explained to me I've had explained a couple of times that these guys who go into Gaza, the Arab dialect and the customs in Gaza are not the same as the Arabs in Hebron. So they have all the nuances. They've got it down, and these guys are really, it's dangerous. B, they're very professional. Okay, so if you're going to go in, so send a couple of people who look Japanese and send them into Tokyo. Get the guys and get the guys who've been out. How's this going to work? Okay, but we're going to go in. We're going to check out. We're going to have Siyata Dishmaya. Now let's see what happens. So Moshe sends them through. He sends them in. Then the Torah says this is the first area where there's a lot of discussion. It's 6 lines from the bottom. Vayikra Moshe leHoshea bidun Yoshua. Moshe calls Hoshea bidun Yehoshua. And Rashi says a very famous line over here that Moshe was saying a prayer for him. Ka Yoshiacha miatzas meraglim. Hashem should save you from the plot of the spies, which begs the question: well, if Moshe knew there's a plot, so why is he sending them? Obviously, he didn't know there's a plot for sure. He feels that there may be a potential over here. He senses there, but he has no choice but to send them. So he says a special tefillah for Yoshua. Whether he names him here or whether the naming actually took place later, that's not clear. There's a discussion among the commentaries. And not only that, I think Rav Hirsch says that this wasn't just a private prayer for Yoshua. The word Hoshea, what does the word Hoshea mean? Hoshea means the one who has delivered you, who has saved you. What does Yehoshua mean? In Hebrew, what's the word Yehoshua in the Hebrew form? The one who will save you. So this was a message to them, and it's a message to the entire Jewish people. We're sending spies. Okay, Moshe says one last message for everybody. By the way, before these guys go, I want you and the rest of you to all know that the God who has saved you, he will save you here. So you got nothing to worry about. But according to the commentaries, as he's saying this, according to Rashi, why? This is a life lesson. It's a life lesson. And again, you have to be able to separate when we say that this is what's happening in the Chumash. At what level it's hard to know what's happening in the Chumash, but at our level, it's definitely easy to understand. Moshe Rabbeinu is saying specifically a tefillah for Yoshua. Why Yehoshua and not Kalev? That's one of the things everybody asks. Why is he saying specifically a tefillah for Yoshua? So the answer to that is that one of the answers to why he's saying the tefillah is turn back to the previous parsha again. Turn back to the previous parsha. When Hashem takes Miriam and Aaron to task, so if you look on 794, let's take a look at this for a second. It's right in the middle of the page. Vatidabre Perik Yud Beis over there. Pasuk Aleph. 7 lines from the 8 lines from the top. Vatidabre Miriam ve'Aaron ve'Moshe al odas ha'isha akushis asher lokach. Miriam and Aaron spoke about Moshe regarding the isha hakushis asher lokach. Now the word kushis means what? Right, but in here it doesn't mean that. Rashi says that kushis means she was beautiful. The same way that everybody admits that somebody who's black is black, nobody denies that. So kushis here is used in a symbolic term, meaning the same way that everybody concedes that this black guy is black. everybody concedes that this woman is beautiful. She was beautiful, and she was beautiful both in physically beautiful and in her actions. Asher lokach ki isha chushis lokach. Vayomer, they said the following: Harakach b'Moshe diber Hashem alogam banu diber. What, Hashem only spoke to Moshe? He speaks to us also. Vayishma Hashem. Now, there are those that say, there are Meforshim that say that this was said right in the presence of Moshe Rabbeinu. So he's being, what would your reaction be? What would your reaction be if me and Aaron just start discussing you? Right? I think it's got to improve those table manners. What do you say? What do you say, Aaron? What about his table manners?
I think they're acceptable.
You think so? I think it could be a little better. What would you do if you're right here while we're talking about you? What would you say? At a certain point, say, hey, whoa, what, hey guys, wait, you wrote a book on etiquette? I mean, who are you? You still eat mashed potatoes with your hands. Who are you to talk about me? You'd say something. We're not going to let us talk in front of you. And according to the opinion, Moshe Rabbeinu heard them discussing him. He doesn't say a word. Why not? Now watch the irony of Torah. V'ha'ish Moshe anav ma'od. The man Moshe was very humble. Mikol ha'adam asher al pnei ha'adama. Of every person on the face of the earth. Gentlemen, who wrote those words? Moshe wrote those words. How would you feel if I wrote, I am so humble. No one is as humble as me. Do you hear the irony there? Do you hear a little bit of an interesting irony there? Where did these words come? Moshe Rabbeinu wrote these words. There's a lot to that. But realize Moshe Rabbeinu wrote that, which means good. That means humility is not denial. Humility is not, it's not the Mississippi either. It's not denial. It's not the Mississippi. I get it. Sorry. Humility is not denial. Somebody says, wow, you painted that? That's unbelievable. You got unbelievable artistic talent. No. That's silly. If you did it, you obviously have artistic talent. Humility at one level is the ability to recognize who you are, but recognize that whatever ability you have doesn't come from you. It comes from Ribbon Shal. That's humility. To deny what you accomplished is ridiculous. The guy scores a goal in a soccer game, and 70,000 sophisticated English beer-drinking fans start screaming. Well, there are 80,000 in the stadium, but 10,000 are fighting with the Dutch fans. But what do you call? So 70,000 English sophisticated fans start screaming. What's he supposed to look up and say, no, I didn't do it? That's stupid. Everybody saw you score the goal. That's denial. That's ridiculous. It's the ability to recognize that it's like Kosh Baruch Hu gave. If I have the ability, Hashem gave you the ability. Number one. Number two, it's to feel about yourself that even regardless of what talents, abilities, capabilities an individual has, he feels insignificant. So if somebody's insulting him, you haven't really insulted anybody because I'm a nobody. Not that I'm a nobody and I'm a worm. I'm a nobody meaning that I don't have anything on my own because it all comes from God. So the Torah says Moshe Rabbeinu is the most humble man in history. Do you know that there's a statement in the Gemara? Rav Yosef in the Gemara, the Gemara says that when Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi died, humility died with him. Go ahead, it's the last page in Tractate Sota. And Rav Yosef says, don't say humility died with him because I'm still around. Statement in the Gemara. How do you like that? How do you like that? So what does that mean? That means that humility is not denial. I recognize what I am. And a person can theoretically recognize that he's humble. Some people have a lot to be humble about. Real humility is when a person has got a lot of things that theoretically he could boast about and he still manages to stay humble. A person who's got no abilities or talents, that's not humble. That's just a guy who's incapable. So Rav Chatzkel Abramsky, who was one of the Gedolei Hador, he passed away in 1976. So he was one of the Gedolei Hador. He was the chief, he was one of the main Rabbanim, it might have been even in England, but it's one of the Gedolim. He was the head of the rabbinical court in England. And there was a Jew that was accused of something, and he had to go to court in England, in front of an English court. And Rav Chatzkel Abramsky was called in as a witness. It had to do, I think, with shchita, with ritual slaughter. And Reb Chatzkel Abramsky was called into this English court, with these stuffy English judges with their wigs, that sort of thing. And he comes into this court, and he said something. He gave a halachic opinion. So the English court, the English judge says, Rabbi, I want to get the opinion of the supreme halachic authority. So Reb Chatzkel Abram says, Your Honor, I am the supreme halachic authority. So the judge says to him, Rabbi, a little humility. He said, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm under oath. He knew who he was, and he was the supreme halachic authority. So he's giving his
I've been
opinion.
laughing this whole time.
So that's okay.
This guy
Now Moshe
certainly
Rabbeinu has a disciple.
charm. I'm pretty sure I have a friend who's gone to yeshiva at Or Sameach, but I'm kind of rusty, so not sure. Anyway, let's get into this. Let's see where
I was going to say, I'm just listening in my head to Mac Davis. Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way.
Ain't that the truth? Oh wait, I almost forgot. Let's see, Torah. Prayer. All right, here we go. Baruchu et Adonai Amvorach, Baruch Adonai Amvorach leolam va'ed, Baruch et Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol ha'ami v'natan lanu et Torato, Baruch et Adonai noten haTorah. All right. Oh, one moment before I forgot. Sorry. Strange. Sorry. Easily distracted. I'll occasionally pause and unpause. Let's see, where are we? Oh, sorry, this is just very confusing. I need to. Yeah, this might work. Never mind. All right, so here we go.
וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור, שלח לך אנשים ויתורו את ארץ כנען אשר אני נותן לבני ישראל, איש אחד למטה אבותיו תשלחו כל נשיא בהם, וישלח אותם משה ממדבר פרן על פי אדוני כולם אנשים ראשי בני ישראל המה, ואלה שמותם למטה ראובן שמוע בן זכור, למטה שמעון שפט בן חורי, למטה יהודה כלב בן יפונה, למטה יששכר יגאל בן יוסף, למטה אפרים הושע בן נון, למטה בנימין פלטי בן רפום, למטה זבולון גדיאל בן סודי, למטה יוסף, למטה מנשה גדי בן סוסי, למטה דן עמיאל בן גמלי, למטה אשר סתור בן מיכאל, למטה נפתלי נחבי בן וופסי, למטה גד יעבל בן מלכי. אלה שמות האנשים אשר שלח משה לתור את הארץ, ויקרא משה להושע בן נון יהושע, וישלח אותם משה לתור את ארץ כנען, ויאמר עליהם עלו זה בנגב ועליתם את ההר, וראיתם את הארץ מהי ואת העם היושב עליה, החזק הוא הרפה המעט הוא אמרד, ומה הארץ אשר הוא יושב בה הטובה היא אמרעה, ומה הערים אשר הוא יושב בהן הבמענים אם במבשרים, ומה הארץ השמנה היא אם רזה يشبه عيس إم آين وهي حزقتين ملقحتين لبري هارس وهايمين يمين بكوري عنفين ويعلو ويثور إثاريس من مدبر صين عذر حوث لفور حماث ويعلو فنيغ ويثور عن حضرون وشام أحيما ششاي وثماي يلي ذي هانا وحضرون شبع شاني لبنتان
Oh wow! Okay, this is interesting. I don't know if you caught this here. So it says they went up into the south, and he came unto Hebron, into the city of Hebron, where there were Achiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the offspring of the giant Hebron. Isn't that interesting? This saying that Hebron was named after a giant.
Or Hebron is a giant kind of concept, yeah.
Let's see if I can find anything. Hebron the giant. Let's see. The Hebron Giants, Parshah Shelach, 5777. Let's see. Well, this is something to look in. You know, this is something I can ask about today. I'm going to ask about this. All right. If I can only remember it. All right.
عدنا الإشكول ويخرثوا بالشام زمرة وإشكول عنافين إحاد ويساقوه غموت بشنايم ومنها رمونيم ومن التئنيم لما قومها قرا ناحى الإشكول عال وضوثها إشكول أشر كارثوا من الشام بني إسرائيل ويشوفوا متو هارس مقيس 40 يوم ويلخوا ويضوءوا المشيك بالآرون ويلقوا العذاب بني إسرائيل المدبار فران قاديشا ويشيبوا أوثان دبر ويدخلها عذاب ويقوم إثبريها آريس ويصفروا له ويومروا بانوا إلها آريس أشير شلحتانوا وغام زبط على بلغاش هي وزكرياه إفس إعاز عام أيوشيك بآريس وهي عريم بصروف يضلف مئات وغم يلديها عنا رأينو شام عمليق يوشيك بإرس النغيب وها وهي بوسي وها إموري يوشيب بار وها كناني يوشيب على الهيام وعال يا هيبدين ويا سكاليف إطعام المشيب ويومر علونا علي ويا راشن قثا كي يخول نقال لا وها أنشين أشرعلوا عمو آمروا لو نقال لا علو في الهام كي حزابه من منه ويوصي دبات هارس أشير دابو قثا البني إسرائيل لمر هارس أشير عبارن لا ثور قثا إيرس وخيلت يوشفيها هي ويخلها عام أشر رأينو ذكرها أنشي مدود وشان رأينو إث النفيم بني عنا من النفيم والنهي بعينين كحغبين ويخين هايين بعينهم وتستقبلها عذاب ويتنوا إذ غلام ويبقوها عام بل لا إله هو ويلونوا على المشرك وعلى الآرون كل بني إسرائيل ويؤمروا عليهم كلها عذاب لما أثنوا بإرس إسرائيل أو أم مذبار الزيت لما أثنوا ولما أدناي مذي قتال إلها أرس هزت من كل بحير نشين وطبين يني ولباس ألو فلان شوف مصرايم ويومرون يشلحي نتناروش ونشوف مصرايم ويبول موشي وآرون عالبنين الاثنين والقها العذاب بني إسرائيل ويهوشوع بن نون ويخلف بن يفني من هالتاريم إثارس قارعوا بغدهم ويومروا الكل عذاب بني إسرائيل لمر هارس أشر عبر نوبة لثول أثا تغارس מאוד מאוד אם חפץ בנו אדוני והביא אותנו אל הארץ הזאת נתנה לנו ארץ אשר היא זבת חלב ודבש אך באדוני אל תמרדו ואתם אל תראו את עם הארץ כי לחמנו הם צד סלם מעליהם ואדוני איתנו אל תיראום ויאמר כל העדה ירגום אותם באבנים וכבוד אדוני נראה באוהל מועד אל כל בני ישראל ויאמר אדוני אל משה עד אנה ינעשוני העם הזה ועד אנה לא יאמינו בי בכל העובדות אשר עשיתי בקרבו הכנו בדבר והורישנו ואעשה אותך לגוי גדול ועצום ממנו ויאמר משה אל אדוני ושמעו מצרים כי העלית בכוחך את העם הזה מקרבו ואמרו אל יושב הארץ הזאת שמעו כי אתה אדוני בקרב העם הזה אשר עין בעין נראה אתה אדוני ועננך עומד עליהם ובעמוד ענן אתה הולך לפניהם יומם ובעמוד אש לילה והם אתה את העם הזה כאיש אחד ואמרו הגויים אשר שמעו את שמעך לאמור מבלתי יכולת אדוני להביא את העם הזה אל הארץ אשר נשבע להם וישחטם במדבר ועתה יגדל נא כוח אדוני כאשר דיברת לאמור אדוני ארך אפיים ורב חסד נושא עוון ופשע ונקה לא ינקה פורטט עוון אבות על בנים על שלשים ועל רבעים סלח נא לעוון העם הזה כגודל חסדך וכאשר נשאת לעם הזה ממצרים ועד הנה ויאמר אדוני סלחתי כדבריך ואולם חייאני וימלא כבוד אדוני את כל הארץ כי כל האנשים הרואים את כבודי ואת אותותיי אשר עשיתי במצרים ובמדבר וינשאו אותי זה 10 פעמים ולא שמעו בקולי אם יראו את הארץ אשר נשבעתי לאבותם וכל מנעשיי לא יראוה ועבדי חלף עקב הייתה רוח אחרת עמו וימלא אחרי ואביא אותי אל הארץ אשר בא שמה וזרעו יורישנה והעמלקי והקנעני יושב בעמק מחר פנו וסעו לכם המדבר דרך ים סוף וידבר אדוני אל משה ואל אהרון לאמור עד מתי לעדה הרעה הזאת אשר המה מלינים עלי את תלונות בני ישראל אשר המה מלינים עלי שמעתי אמור עליהם חייאני נאום אדוני אם לא כאשר דיברתם באוזני כן אעשה לכם במדבר הזה יפלו פגריכם וכל פקודיכם וכל מספרכם מבין 20 שנה ומעלה אשר הלינותם עלי אם אתם תבואו אל הארץ אשר נשאתי את ידי לשכן אתכם בה כי אם כלב בן יפונה ויהושע בן נון וטבכם אשר אמרתם לבז יהיה והבאתי אותם וידעו את הארץ אשר מאסתם בה ופגריכם אתם יפלו במדבר הזה ובניכם פיכם יהיו רועים במדבר 40 שנה ונאספו את זנופיכם עד תום פגריכם במדבר במספר הימים אשר תרתם את הארץ 40 יום לשנה תישאו את עוונותיכם 40 שנה וידעתם את תנועתי אני אדוני דיברתי אם לא זאת אעשה לכל העדה הרעה הזאת הנועבים עלי במדבר הזה יתמו ושם ימותו והאנשים אשר שלח משה לתור את הארץ וישובו וילדינו עליו את כל העדה להוציא דיבה
it says gatherers against me, like Noadim Alai, those who gather against me. Literally, those who stand against me. I don't know why it translated that into gathered. Especially because it's like literally they're standing against, well, because they're not standing against him, but they are gathered. Maybe it's a literal translation they chose to do. I don't know. Well, literal, or like a contextual, maybe. A literal contextual as opposed to a literal. Because if it was a literal translation, it's like, oh, they're all standing around or like against him. But like, it's not, it would mean a different thing in the ancient context that it would in this. So it kind of, I don't know, maybe it wouldn't be that different. I wonder why they just do one, not the other.
האנשים מוציאי דיבת הארץ רעה במגפה לפני אדוני ויהושע בן נון וכלב בן יפונה היו מן האנשים ההם ההולכים לתור את הארץ וידבר משה את הדברים האלה אל כל בני ישראל ויתאבדו העם מאוד וישכימו בבוקר ויעלו אל ראש ההר לאמור הננו ועלינו אל המקום אשר אמר אדוני כי חטאנו ויאמר משה למה זה אתם עוברים את פי אדוני והיא לא תסלח אל תעלו כי אין אדוני בקרבכם ולא תנחפו לפני אויביכם כי העמלקים והקנעני שם לפניכם ונפלתם בחרב כי על כן שבתם מאחרי אדוני ולא יהיה אדוני עמכם ויעפינו לעלות אל ראש ההר וארון ברית אדוני ומשה לא משהו מקרב המחנה וירד העמלקי והקנעני היושב בהר ויקום ויכתום על החורמה וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור דבר אל בני ישראל ואמרת עליהם כי תבואו אל ארץ מושבותיכם אשר
I'm sorry, I can't get over Vayakum. So Vayakum is and he struck, or and they struck them. Vayakum, Vayaktum. They struck them and they pounded them. Yakum and Yaktum. I don't know. It sounds dirty. But that's just my English brain.
אני נותן לכם ועשיתם אישי לאדוני עולה או זבח לפלי נדר או בדבר או במועדיכם לעשות ריח ניחוח לאדוני מן הבקר או מן הסון ויקריב המקריב קורבנות לאדוני מן הסולת עשרון בלול ברביעית ההין שמן ויין לנסך רביעית ההין תעשה על העולה או לזבח לכבש אחד או לאי תעשה מנחה סולת 12 בלולה בשמן שלישית ההין ויין לנסך שלישית ההין תקריב ריח ניחוח לאדוני וכי תעשה בן בקר עולה או זבח לפלי נדר ושלמים לאדוני ויקריב על בן הבקר מנחה סולת 13 בלול בשמן חסי ההין ויין תקריב לנסך חסי ההין אישי ריח ניחוח לאדוני ככה יעשה לשוט האחד או לאי האחד או לשא בכבשים או בעזים כמספר אשר תעשו ככה תעשו לאחד כמספרם כל האזרח יעשה ככה את אלה כסף שי וכי תעשה בן בקר עולה או זבח לפלל נדר או של עמים לאדוני ויטריב על בן הבקר מנחה סולת 13 בלול בשמן חסי ההין ויין תטריב לנסך חסי ההין אישי ריח ניחוח לאדוני ככה יעשה לשוט האחד או לאיל האחד ולסבב כבשים או בעזים כמספר אשר תעשו ככה תעשו לאחד כמספרם ולאזרח יעשה ככה את אלה להקריב אישי ריח ניחוח לאדוני וכי יבור איתכם גר או אשר בתוככם לדורותיכם ועשה אישי ריח ניחוח לאדוני כאשר תעשו כן יעשה הקהל חוקה אחת לכם ולגר הגר חוקת עולם לדורותיכם ככם כגר יהיה לפני אדוני תורה אחת ומשפט אחד יהיה לכם ולגר הגר איתכם וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור דבר אל בני ישראל ואמרת עליהם בבואכם אל הארץ אשר אני מביא אתכם שמה והיה ואכלכם מלחם הארץ תרימו תרומה לאדוני ראשית עריסותיכם חלה תרימו תרומה כתרומת גורן כן תרימו אותה מראשית עריסותיכם תיתנו לאדוני תרומה לדורות וכי תשבו ולא תעשו את כל המזבחות האלה אשר דיבר אדוני אל משה את כל אשר ציווה אדוני עליכם ביד משה מן היום אשר ציווה אדוני והלאה לדורותיכם והיה אם מעיני העדה נעשתה לשררה ועשו כל העדה פר בן בקר
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I was saying lish gaga. That's a funny word. Lish gaga. Lish gaga? What is it? Or is it? I just missed it. Lish gaga. Oh. Leash gaga. Lish gaga. No, it's lish gaga.
אחד לעולם לריח ניחוח לאדוני ומנעתו ונזקו כמשפט ושעיר עזים אחד לחטאת וכיפר הכהן על כל עדת בני ישראל ונסלח להם אישי רבי והם הביאו את קורבנם אישי לאדוני וחטאתם לפני אדוני על שכחתם ונסלח לכל עדת בני ישראל ולגר הגר בתוכם כי לכל העם בשגגה ואם נפש אחת תחטא בשגגה והטריבה עז בת שנתה לחטאת וכיפר הכהן על הנפש השוגרת בחטאה בשגגה לפני אדוני לכפר עליו ונסלח לו האזרח לבני ישראל ולגר הגר בתוכם תורה אחת יהיה לכם לעושה בשגגה והנפש אשר תעשה ביד רמה מן האזרח ומן הגר את אדוני ומגדף ונכרתה הנפש ההיא מקרב עמה כי דבר אדוני בזק ואת מסוותו נפר תקרב הנפש ההיא עוונה גבה ויהיו בני ישראל במדבר וימסקו איש מחושש 20 ביום השבת ויקריבו אותו המוסעים אותו מחושש 20 אל משה ואל אהרון ואל כל העדה ויניחו אותו במשמר כי לא פורש מה יעשה לו ויאמר אדוני אל משה מות יומת האיש רחום אותו באבנים כל העדה מחוץ למחנה ויוציאו אותו כל העדה אל מחוץ למחנה וירגמו אותו באבנים וימות כאשר ציווה אדוני את משה ויאמר אדוני אל משה לאמור דבר אל בני ישראל ואמרת עליהם ויעשו להם ציצית על כנפי בגדיהם לדורותם ונתנו על ציצית הכנף בתל תכלת והיה לכם לציצית וראיתם אותו וזכרתם את כל מצוות אדוני ועשיתם אותם ולא תטורו אחרי לבבכם ואחרי עיניכם בתל תכלת והיה לכם לציצית וראיתם אותו וזכרתם את כל מצוות אדוני ועשיתם אותם ולא תטורו אחרי לבבכם ואחרי עיניכם אשר אתם זונים אחריהם למען תזכרו ועשיתם את כל מצוותיי והייתם קדושים לאלוהיכם אני אדוני אלוהיכם אשר הוצאתי אתכם מארץ מצרים להיות לכם לאלוהים אני אדוני אלוהיכם.
Thank you, Hashem and Asherah, for this beautiful and tasteful and amazing and medicinal bounty, and for finishing up that before it's too late. So, that was the whole Parsha. So, well, I'm going to do this real quick before I forget, because I do that a lot. Maharuch ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam Asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chaye olam nata betochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah ba-da-dum na-na-ya-na-na. All right. So, any thoughts? Please tell me I've not been muted this whole time. That would be extremely embarrassing. Okay, good. I'm not. So, Graham, are you still there? It's not a no, but it's also not a yes. Huh. Well, I mean, I'm going to finish up in a moment. Well, tell you what. I am going to just give my thoughts on this while I'm waiting to finish this one thing quickly in this game. Let's see. So, I thought this was very special because this is both the Parsha where there is the story of the 12 spies. It's also where you get the story of, oh my God, what was it? Or not story, but you have another mention of the tzitzi, or not, you had tzitzi and the techelet. You have the not the anoint, or not like the giving of the mantle to Joshua, but the introduction of Joshua as a proper figure. like beyond just a side character. Now he's becoming main cast. He gets credit roles, or like main credits. Sorry, just multitasking here. Actually, add another multi to that. But yeah, Graham, you still there at all?
I'm here.
Oh, yeah. I was saying, you have any thoughts on this before we close out?
No, interesting parallels to elsewhere, like we've been talking about. I'm not sure how many of them actually apply.
What parallels?
Well, again, the spies and the spies and them being reincarnated from the original brothers and that sort of thing.
Actually, that's a really good point. I want to see what I can find on those. Let's see. Spies. Shelach. Gilgal.
No, it's a very interesting concept that I'd expect it to be paralleled elsewhere in the Bible too. So, thanks.
Perfect. This is what I'm looking for.
Hey guys, hope you're having a great week. Today, my wife and I are going scouting up a mountain, which is actually a volcano. Which is a very timely thing because this week's Parsha is all about Moses sending scouts to the Promised Land. Moses sends scouts to the Promised Land, 12 scouts to be more specific, is to survey the land. It's to see if it's inhabitable. Right behind me, you have sulfur beds, a far cry from the land of milk and honey, nevertheless beautiful. But when you're about to settle somewhere, you want to know whether it's inhabitable or not. The only sad thing is that the spies, the scouts that Moses sent, came back, 10 out of the 12 came back with very unfavorable reports that led to catastrophe, while 2 of the scouts, Joshua and Caleb, came back saying the land is indeed very, very, very good land. But what went wrong? That's what we're going to look at this week. So on a deeper level, what were the scouts afraid of? And besides the uncertainty of the future, well, if you go and you make a surveillance of the land of Israel, you're going to see 2 things. You're going to see that you need to grow food or else you starve to death. So you're going to need to become an agricultural society. You're going to need to become good at farming. And the other thing is you're going to need to protect the people from harm and danger. So you're going to have to build a military. That terrified the scouts because their present life, meaning their life in the desert under Moses, they didn't have to worry about those things. All their needs were already taken care of. The clouds of glory provided them with shade. Miriam provided her on the merit of her righteousness.
Didn't we catch this one earlier in the show, Ariel?
Whole nation's thirst. They had manna from heaven for food.
Not today.
Everything was. They had
Okay,
Moses
just sounds familiar.
That daily Torah study with Moses. Okay? You had the Holy Spirit, the Shekhinah, in the midst of your camp. You want to go from that desert existence where God is doing everything for you to independence, to army, wars, battles, farming, food, feeding a nation, fending for yourself, taking care of yourself. That type of independence terrified them. And the scouts said, maybe we're better off not going. So their bias, their own fear, resulted in their gathering of evidence, which resulted in a negative report to Moses, which was specifically, we're not going to make it. If we go in there...
Oh, we're not going to make it.
So when the spies came back, it was clear to Moses and to Hashem that they simply were not ready. They weren't going to be the ones to enter the land and to establish a country.
40
They
years.
just weren't on the level, and you can't blame them, folks. I know there's a lot
That
of
was Moses' theme song.
The evil scouts, the wicked scouts. But let's take things into perspective, seriously. This was a generation born into slavery. The only thing they knew was suffering and pain. They knew nothing else. This was only their 2nd year in the desert, meaning just a little over a year before, they were still slaves, and their parents were slaves, and their grandparents and great-grandparents. They didn't know anything but slavery. You're going to take someone with slave consciousness and say, build me a new nation, and an army and agriculture, and be a holy nation, and keep the Torah and live according to God's standards? Come on, man, let's be realistic. So I believe that it was out of God's compassion, not punishment. It wasn't out of God's punishment that they would never enter the land of Israel, but it was under a deep understanding of the reality of the situation. You can't force someone to be ready. Either someone gets it or they're not. They're ready or they're not. So out of chesed, which is God's loving kindness or mercy, they were given an extension in the desert of 40 years until their children, a brand new generation, could be raised outside of slave consciousness and ready to pioneer the new land. So in the Hebrew tradition, something very interesting. We have the word chesed, which means mercy or loving kindness, and it is the same exact gematria or numerical value as the word Gilgul. Gilgul means reincarnation. We very, very, very rarely believe in eternal damnation. That's not a Jewish idea. God is a just God, a righteous God, a merciful God, a loving and kind God. So when you are going through the curriculum of life, when you're going through the schooling of the soul, necessary for the development of the soul while here on earth, you have different levels. And if there's one particular level or grade level that you haven't done well, you do get another chance to repeat the grade. You come back again. And while this is true for individuals, this is also true for generations, for groups of souls to come back in at the same time in order to help navigate God's ultimate plan in history. Master Kabbalists, Jewish mystics, Yitzchak Luria, known as the Arizal, wrote a book called Sha'ar Gilgulim, which means the gateway of reincarnation, where he takes the entire Bible and explains it in an esoteric way. And what he said is that part of God's plan is that in the end of days, during the time of the Messianic period, God will bring the entire generation of Dor HaMidbar, the generation of the wilderness, under Moses, and they will play an instrumental role in initiating the new Messianic era. Very interesting, right? But it gets even more interesting because in the 20th century, with the new movement of Zionism, which is the Jewish return to its homeland to reestablish a modern state, a big question arose amongst the religious community. How is it possible that secular Jews who are leaning towards socialism, communism, they don't practice Torah, how is it possible that God is going to give them the role to reestablish the Jewish state? Imagine that the prophets of Israel 2,000 years ago already had foreseen a return to the land, a reestablishment of the state of Israel, yet such a fulfillment of biblical prophecy would be done by secular Jews? So the question was brought to the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who was definitely considered the Nasi Hador, one of the princes of the generation, one of the giant voices of Torah leadership in the 20th century. But when the question was brought to him, how is this possible, his answer was very, very interesting. The Lubavitcher Rebbe said that when the generation of the wilderness went back up to heaven and their own lives were reviewed, it was seen that they had fulfilled all the commandments of the Torah. So the Lubavitcher Rebbe said their souls have already been perfected. They have already gone K through 12. They just need to graduate. So that generation only had one more mitzvah commandment to fulfill, and that was the generation to return to the land of Israel and make it happen again. And here's the irony. Do you remember the very two things they were afraid of the most when they were under Moses? It was farming and military. What's the irony is that wherever I'm a traveler, I'm a world traveler, wherever I go around the world, and I mention Israel, two things come to mind to the people I'm talking to. They either bring up how brilliant Israel is in agriculture, just how innovative their farming is. I mean, think about it. Right now, as we speak, they're taking salt water from the sea into fresh drinking water. All deserts by nature expand. There's only one desert in the entire world that is actually shrinking, and this is a scientific fact, and that's the desert in Israel. The desert is shrinking. It's going against the laws of nature. The deserts are turning into gardens. The fruit is unbelievable, the vegetables, the food. And what's the second thing that someone might, if I mention Israel, someone might bring to attention? What an army they have. What a confident, strong, and brilliant security defense force they have in that tiny piece of land. And that's the irony. So what does this mean? What is Gilgul? Gilgul means reincarnation. It is the same gematria, numerical value as chesed, God's kindness and loving mercy. It means that God is just. We're going through a lot of changes right now in the world. We are definitely transitioning. We're in very, very interesting times. If there's one thing to learn from the Book of Mistakes, stop becoming prophets of doom. Stop injecting fear, paranoia into the general population, because it's only going to backtrack us. It's only going to delay our progress in spiritual evolution. And instead, bring us back to realism, normalcy. Think about what kind of world you want to leave for your children. Think of what kind of world your grandchildren should be raised in. And you're part of shaping that world because you're in charge right now. And if you're doing the negative talk, if you're doing the doomsday prophet, spy thingy, stop it. Enough is enough. Let's give each other strength. Let's take the attitude of Joshua and Caleb. They saw the challenges. But they said, we got it. We got this. We're going to make it happen. We can become the change and make the change because God is on our side. So may we all see better days. May we be the instruments of change, building the world that we want our children and grandchildren to grow up in. And may we learn from the courage of Joshua and Caleb. From peace to peace, from strength to strength. A great week.
Amen. All right, so I think that's a good place to end off.
No, sounds good. No, interesting and fun as always.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I just saw us. I'm sorry, Maya. I don't know what you were talking about when you commented this, but if you let me know, I could try to figure it out. Sorry. 1 moment. Let's see. So anyway, on that note, we'll end off until next time. Stop sharing. All right. Brand.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read them. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Hey!
Shabbat Shalom.